Okay, it is 10 a.m., so I'll ask Commissioner Hales to join us up here. Mr. Brown? Okay, thank you. Okay, being 10 a.m. At this time, I call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting for July 6, 2023, and indicate that Commissioner Rice is on his way. He will be joining us in person today, so we're anxious to have him back in chambers. He is on his way down the hill, so we're going to proceed and go through things. And then when he joins us, Commissioner Noah Sad is going to control the timing clock until such time as Commissioner Rice indicates he wants to rejoin that. Anyways, so at this time, I'll ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by our new County Manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If everyone will please rise and join me in pledging our allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would also ask those here in chambers to please silence their electronic devices so that we don't interrupt the speakers as they approach the podium. We'll go into public comment now. When you approach the podium, we ask you to please print your name and state your name for the record. And once you state your name, your timing clock will start. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners does use timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You'll see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and again, at closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. We are allowing those individuals who are working to make public comment on those agenda items that are marked for public or for action on our administrative agenda to do so in public comment, understanding that if they do so at the opening public comment, that they will have forfeited their 3 minutes at the time when that specific item comes before us. Okay, so you can't double dip, so to speak. Okay. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the County Board of County Commissioners. Public comment, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Al Brown. I'd like to speak on 2 items briefly this morning. Number 1, I'd like to congratulate the Commissioners on having made a fine appointment as County Manager of Jennifer Davidson. Ms. Davidson and I have spoken on several different occasions, and I think your choice was the correct one. And to address Ms. Davidson, I want to thank you for stepping to the plate. I know that you know how difficult the position is, and it takes some real fortitude to do what you're doing. You have a lot of people behind you. Your success is the county's success. The county's success is your success. So we're all behind you 100% and wish you the best. Secondly, we have 2 folks today that have applied to be on the Airport Advisory Committee. I would just like to say thank you to each of those individuals, because as many people as there are that complain about how things run, very few people ever step to the plate and step into a position where they can make a difference. So regardless of who it is that ends up on the AAC as of the end of this meeting, I formally want to thank each of the applicants that applied for the AAC, and I look forward to working with either one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Ted Gaines. At the end of the last meeting, with almost nobody in the building, Mark Gardner corrected me on a whole bunch of stuff. As soon as I left the meeting, I made 2 phone calls, one to Mr. Tartanian, one to Mr. Ingalls. And they both confirmed everything I was saying was true, and they both contradicted what our chairman had said. I also got a letter to the editor here that was put in there April 19th that states, Danny Tartanian and it mentions Mr. Ingalls in there, that they try to get things on the agenda. Our chairman wouldn't put them on there. Didn't put them on there. I shouldn't say wouldn't, didn't. I know Mr. Ingalls has also did that. So I have a little trouble with people that keep telling me how honest they are and how truthful they are. I also remember a discussion in this meeting between our chairman and Mr. Tartanian. And I don't remember what the discussion was about, but our chairman kept saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, and you're wrong. And Mr. Tartanian kept saying, tell me what we're talking about. Mention it to me. Well, I'll tell you later. When, in my opinion, the conversation was going south, our chairman shut it off and said, we'll talk about it later. I don't know if you and Mr. Tartanian ever did talk about it. But let's get to the real, what's going on here. After the last meeting, I got told to get my facts straight. I got told that I cost this county $30,000 on an investigation. This investigation that David Maxwell did, I think one of our commissioners is pretty familiar with David Maxwell. He made this all out. If you people look, it's going to go on record today. At the end of every one, it says either the county lost money or was illegal. Now, this was one of the people on our audit committee that did this. Jennifer and our legal counsel met with me, and they were going to put this to the investigation. I don't know whether they followed it all the way through or not, but they gave a contract of somewhere around $15,000 to them investigators. So if you want to say something, say it cost $15,000, but every bit of it's true, and I'm more than happy to go through it with anybody that's here, and it's going to be on record today. Now, the second $15,000 or $12,000, they came back and said, we need more money because we're finding lots of stuff here. Somebody in this county, and I have to say Mrs. Jennifer and them were the ones handling it, gave them the extra 12 grand. So why blame me for 30 when they gave the extra 12? And again, the problem here, people, is this is against the good old boys. Our head building official of now, which was a senior then, and the good old boys of the county, which our county manager protects. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines.
Julie Duda. July 1st marks a new fiscal year and an opportunity to focus on finance. The 4 major groups of local people in finance: community, commissioners, staff, and advocates. Often these groups overlap, but generally share a common goal of the safety and well-being of the residents. The first and largest group, community, provides the most financial support for the county. With inflation still high, family finances often create a lot of stress, and local and county government has an impact. Example, Gardnerville trash rates has consecutive increases of 8% and 12%, compounded to a 21% rate increase. Example, county property tax increase of 3% per year, compounding each year, resulting in large increases. For many years, homeowners could use a credit card to pay this tax without a fee. Now, if a credit card is used, a fee is charged. This fee was justified as passing on a county expense, but is it necessary? The county investment portfolio value is over $100 million. Two groups closely connected in a partnership, the commissioners and staff. Staff making finance recommendations and commissioners support, change, or deny within legal boundaries. Many demands fall to this partnership, sometimes with positive recognition and often hearing only bad news. Last group, advocates. They research issues and voice concerns. Keeping focus on finance, the audit committee was formed in part by the effort of advocates and in response to the Tiregate embezzlement. Now, 5 years after Tiregate, there's concerns that the audit committee may be at risk of devolving to a window dressing status. Reasonable question, why? There's lots to do. So going forward in this fiscal year with focus on finance by building stronger partnerships, improving transparency, communicating, and working towards solutions that will support the common goal of safety and well-being of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Douglas County. Jason Gibson, House of Gibson, 420 Checkpoint. How many people had a meaningful 4th of July this year? Got a full house here. Meaningful 4th of July? Not a single hand. How about a meaningful Father's Day, Douglas County? Did you have a meaningful Father's Day with your father? Kids stolen by the state, crushed by the police state? Not a single hand had a successful or meaningful Father's Day, Mr. Jackson. You're bankrupt, Douglas County. Spiritually, morally bankrupt. But we did have a meaningful town hall and a synopsis or symposium of interest to summarize the legislative session 2023. That was well done. Coverly's on the map with a few first downs and end zone moment, and well spoken. Missed that field goal of 3 points, though, with the tallest person in the house comment. And if he wants to be that and the hat fits, let him wear it. But fictitious peoples run Douglas County. It's a corporate charter. There's no sovereign citizen. You're either sovereign or you're citizen. And if you're still the U.S. corporate subject citizen in the public, programmed by time is money and slaving about, pursuing the Joneses and materialism and in a hurry to get rich, well, you're bankrupt, Douglas County. So perhaps our sheriff and Bud Justice are going to have us a sit down, discuss our English heritage and the common law, and the other 26 amendments, besides the Second Amendment. It doesn't have to be a debate. We can have a roundtable discussion, just like the good old days. Well, anyhow, I see we have hundreds of thousands of dollars for a jail-like facility, a so-called judicial court system that is totally dysfunctional and corrupt to the bone. And they're going to roll into the budget today another $500,000 or $2 million without any public input. The audit committee doesn't exist. It's a front. It's all a front. Once they take a good look at what's going on and consider our pleadings, which we've been sending for over a year, and it gets to the general public, I think you're going to see that $62.5 million that you're flushing down the toilet to expand the criminal enterprise is going to result in a total lockdown. Now, I know personally because I'm receiving phone calls from law enforcement, and the elders are receiving phone calls from law enforcement that they want your Social Security money to put cameras on every light post in your parks. They want a total lockdown state. More undercover cops, more unmarked vehicles, surveillance cameras on your dance floors. That's what you're getting. The more they get, the more they want. A childhood dream gone sideways.
Additional public comment?
Good morning, I'm Lori Lyle. I'm here to express how appreciative and important the Carson Valley Quilt Guild is of the community grant we received last year. We did not apply this year because it was not necessary, but last year we received a grant of $1,500. We used that grant to purchase over 300 yards of polyester fleece, which we used for the back of over 250 quilts. So we were so appreciative of that. Our community was the recipient of at least 200. We have about 50 left in reserve, and we had some in reserve before we started. But people such as elderly that received a quilt in their food basket that was distributed by the Elks. The community advocates for special children in the court system received some. Carson Valley Tahoe Hospital received some. Our local hospital here in Gardnerville received some. Many people who needed just to know that they were appreciated and supported received a quilt from our Quilt Guild. So we are just appreciative of the opportunity to do that. We also want to express our appreciation and our thanks to your staff in the finance department, specifically Debbie Swackard, who assisted us in making sure we dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, and reimbursed us so promptly when we submitted our request for reimbursement. So thank you very much. We do appreciate you.
It's always nice to hear some kind words. Just an observation. Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, we'll close public comment and we'll go to the approval of the agenda, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. As I said, Commissioner Rice will be joining us shortly as he gets down the hill. So at this time then, we'll go to the approval of the previous minutes. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of June 1st, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to approve.
Chairman? I move to approve the previous minutes of June 1st, 2023.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the draft minutes of June 1st, 2023 regular member of the Board of County Commissioners, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Sensing no changes, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. We'll go to the consent calendar. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through V.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the consent calendar items as presented, A through V. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Very good. I don't think we're going to be needing to take a lunch break today. I think we can get this wrapped up today by 1, so I don't see any purpose in taking a lunch unless something unforeseen happens in the next couple of hours. So we'll go to the administrative agenda. And we'll go to item number 1 for possible action. Items that are marked for possible action will take public comment. Those items that are marked for presentation only, we will not be taking public comment on. So item number 1 for possible action, discussion to appoint 1 member from the airport soaring community to the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee to serve the unexpired term of a member who has resigned. The remaining term for this appointment is from July 6, 2023, which is today, through December 31st, 2023. Our County Manager, Jennifer Davidson, will be presenting this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This item appears on the agenda, as you're aware, because we have a vacancy on the Airport Advisory Committee, specifically for a representative on behalf of the airport soaring community. You have 2 applications today for your consideration. Both individuals have been advised of your intent to discuss their possible appointment with them today, and I believe they are present in the audience and available for questioning. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. As are generally what we do is we have those individuals come before us and present themselves, give us a slight overview of their qualifications and their person, and then we ask questions, and then we go to public comment. So at this time, we'll go in alphabetical order, and I believe the first one is Mr. Trumbley. Is that? No, Hyvert. I'm trying to think of it in alphabetical order. So, Mr. Trumbley,
Would you like me to sign in?
please do so. Yes. And if you just hold on just a moment.
Sir.
We're here to, we're thankful for welcoming Commissioner Rice back into attendance. So we'll just give him a. So if you don't mind, we'll just give him a few minutes to get situated,
Yes,
and then
sir.
we'll proceed.
Absolutely.
And I made a mistake in calling you up for, we normally do it in alphabetical order, so I would ask Miss Hyvert actually should go first, just so we stay consistent with our process here. Okay, so as I indicated, we will go into the discussion on the appointment of one member to the Airport Authority Community. And we have Miss Linda May Hyvert in front of us. So.
Good morning, Chairman Gardner and County Commissioners. Linda May Hyvert, for the record, as you mentioned. I've been a Douglas County resident for 51 years. And I've been active on the airport for 44 of those years. I co-founded 2 commercial operations on the airport and 1 nonprofit, including the first commercial soaring operation, which was Soar Minden back in 1983. Although I'm applying for the soaring representative of the Airport Advisory Committee, I have flown the gamut of equipment on the airport, including fire tankers and seaplanes, and except helicopters, anyway. And I was active with the name change from the Douglas County Airport to the Minden Tahoe Airport. I initiated the Common Traffic Advisory frequency change to separate us from the other airports in the area. I previously served 2 two-year terms on the Airport Land Use Committee and 2 two-year terms on the Airport Advisory Committee from 2012 to 2016 as a soaring representative. I operated Soar Minden for 10 years, towing and instructing and administrating and creating the business. I broke several Nevada state soaring records, served on the Soaring Society of America's board of directors. I was a pilot for a project to break the world altitude record and working with NASA, which was before Perlan. I've flown sailplanes and gliders in 6 countries and visited most of the soaring operations in France. It has been my mission for the last 35 years to see the east side of the airport developed especially in the beginning for operational safety. As economic vitality champion for the airport, our Sports Aviation Foundation was created and began promoting the east side. I applied and was awarded 2 community grants for our sports aviation complex, starting with the design of a pavilion for the east side and the second grant for the site work for this complex. I plan to continue developing the east side and the airport, and with more commercial soaring activity. I am helping revive the Minden Soaring Club, a 501c3, to provide rental, training, checkouts, and youth programs. I want to see facilities that match the world-renowned reputation for soaring conditions, thus bringing upscale tourist activity to the community, and find 4 to 6 different countries represented on this airport as it was back in the 1980s. I've been supporting our airport for over 40 years and continue with my varied background by helping to make the Minden-Tahoe Airport part of a community to match the scenery. Now, I have a letter, an editorial letter that I wrote last October, and I'm afraid it was overshadowed by a lot of the airport negativity that was going on at that time. I would like to be able to pass a copy of this letter out to the county commissioners. Would that be acceptable?
Go ahead.
Oh.
Do we have enough copies also for the public, I guess, when?
I think I have about 8 copies. Is that enough? I think that's, I haven't given away something I didn't. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to serving for the airport in no matter what capacity.
So, Ms. Hivert, generally, we also allow the Board of Commissioners to ask questions of our candidates. So, if you hold on for a moment. Commissioners, any questions that you might have for Ms. Hivert?
I just want to say I thought your application and your resume was tremendous.
Commissioner Hales?
I'm just inspired by your experience and your adventurousness and your incredible life, and just really hats off to you. I do have one question I'll ask both, and that is, what would your 3 priorities be to work on as a member of the Airport Advisory? Top 3 priorities for the airport.
For the airport? Well, I see, between 1 and 2, east side and soaring, more soaring, commercial soaring. We have a world-famous soaring community here, conditions that famous throughout the world, and we need to capitalize on that. We can use that, and we bring the tourist activity to the community, and it's good tourist activity. It's upscale tourist activity. And the soaring community isn't that large, but we can develop the east side in conjunction with that. 3rd, and have peace on the airport.
Okay, Commissioner Nosad, you had a question?
No.
Oh, your light is on, that's right. I thought you wanted to speak. Any other comments, questions, commissioners, observations? Okay, I would echo what Commissioner Tarkanian said. Your resume is extremely impressive, and your activities on behalf of the airport have just been, for the last 30 years, right? So almost 30 years.
I've been inspired by the airport, this airport, and this community for all that time.
So you were flying at like the age of 1, right? Okay, so, okay. Sensing no further questions, we'll go to the second candidate. Thank you very much, Ms. Hivert. The second candidate is Mr. Robert Trumbley.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to help serve our community if possible. I do enjoy it. I want to thank you guys especially for the selfless task that you do plodding through the bureaucracy of what we do, of what you do here. We occasionally come down to visit, most of us, and the tireless effort that you guys do is appreciated by the community and myself and my wife included. My intentions, if selected, to represent our airport and help it to become the best rural airport in northern Nevada, if possible. That's my goal, and I think that's the people that you have picked recently for the AAC, I think all want to have a hand in that too. It's super important for all the individuals. I know them all personally, and they're doing really hard work. Al especially, I appreciate you, Al. Thank you. We have some really, I think, some difficult times ahead of us to try to steer this thing in the right direction. We're coming out of some tough areas that everybody's had to battle to get us trying to steer this in the right direction. So I guess I'll get onto myself. I've owned a home here in the valley for since 2015. I think I first bought my house, but I'd been coming here flying hang gliders for the last 35 or 40 years. And I was a club member of the Bay Area Hang Gliding Association, became the president for a long time, and contributed to try to do the things that we're trying to do here or there, which was really difficult too, given a large area like it was, and people looking not real positive always on aviation, especially hang gliding. So then I moved into soaring sailplanes and started coming here and focused on the airport. And eventually I became a member of the AAC here and did that for a period of time remotely because we just didn't have anybody that wanted to put the time in. I drove here took the day off on Tuesdays once a month, drove here for my commissioner meetings, and I worked on that for a year or so. Finally buying the house here and then moving here about 10 years ago. Since then, my wife and I have built a business here. We're business owners in the community. We do a lot of work to promote contributing to our county. We contribute to the Sheriff's Department for the K-9 department. That's a self-funded thing. We try to do one every year at our facility at Millennium Medical. We also do charity work for human trafficking. So we spend a lot of time trying to help the community, and that's what I intend to do with the AAC also, is commit my time and energy and anything's needed to help get you guys the information to make sound decisions for our airport. I'm involved with the Sports Aviation Foundation as well as Linda. I'm a board member with them. We're all collectively trying to put our Minute Soaring Club back together. That's going really well, by the way. We've just funded a new airplane to try to help get the kids and stuff flying airplanes. That's one of the big focuses for our organizations out there, is to further aviation for the children in our communities and help grant money flow to those kids. So we make big efforts for that, and I'm involved with that. I don't have a historied aviation career myself, although I've been flying since I was 20, but I had a career in the commercial glass industry. My last project was the Levi's Stadium, managing about 50 men there to do the commercial glass on that project. It was a great career, and it's helped me step into a little bit of a community leadership here that I really enjoy. I'd really like the opportunity to do this and help make our airport great again. That's my biggest point. Please let me help try to do that. Consider me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbley. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hales?
Top priorities, 3 top priorities for the airport?
Well, number one is to make our airport the most popular airport in northern Nevada and hopefully the whole state. This place is phenomenal to come to. When people come here in their airplanes, they see it as a beautiful thing, but then they get to the airport and it's less inviting in many ways, has been. We need to change that. That effort's starting to happen. We need a lot of community effort. This stuff's not cheap, but if we can get community effort, I think we can make it happen quicker. So we're trying to organize this community effort through our clubs and through Sports Aviation Foundation to get people to come out and enjoy our airport and do a little and be vested in it. Help our community understand how important and vital it is. I believe it's a $50 million or more asset. It's our largest asset in the county, I think, other than maybe the roads and a few other infrastructure things. But no one thinks of the roads as an asset, really, although it is. The airport is an incredible asset, and we need to really focus on that and get our people behind it, help them understand. People love the air shows. We want to try to rally around that, keep the air show going. That's vital and critical, I think, and we have a leg up because we've been so successful at that. I think we need to chase that. Probably the second thing to me would be to try to get the kids more involved, and that brings the parents, and I think that's really critical. So this grant funding, the new airplane that we've got with the club, to have that open for kids to come in and fly with experienced veteran aviators like Linda and others. We have an incredible amount of aviators here that are willing to give the time to these kids, and I think we need to make that resource available as best we can as a community, not just our small club structures. So my business is going to reach out and try to fund some of that stuff too. So I guess the third thing, which is I probably don't want to name it the third thing because it's probably number one, is safety. You know, and making this airport safe as it can be so that when people do choose to come here and visit our beautiful area, it's a safe place and they don't have interactions with unsafe activities that may occur at other airports, and we don't want to see that here. Part of that whole thing is to support Jennifer and Jeff, or whoever you guys choose eventually to run our airport, and I will say that I think they are the best choice personally to give that job to those two. They're dedicated, they live here. It also keeps the money in our community also, rather than paying out to a contractor, which takes the money oftentimes out of our community. And I don't like that idea. I like local support and local people in our area. I've had a lot of interaction with those two. They're great. I want to help them, and I know a lot of our people on the field are really, really aiming to help them specifically, but anybody you guys choose to come in and make our airport great again and safe. So with that said, please choose me. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Okay. Hang on. We're not done yet. Don't. I want to give the other commissioners an opportunity to ask a question or so. Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Nosad, Commissioner Rice?
I guess we are.
Okay, I guess we are. Okay.
I read the
Well,
crowd.
Just wanted to make sure. So, okay. This is an actionable item, so we'll go to public comment on this item.
Peter Reese, for the record, otherwise known as Ben. Well, that was a pretty good speech by Mr. Trumley. It just so happens I'm here to endorse him for the AAC. I know him well. I've known him for a long, long time. Watched him grow into a very successful and a very good person to be around and to share this airport with. I would like to see Bob Trumley as your next choice as an AAC member in the soaring position. This is an important and critical time at KMEV for our county, our management, and the airport staff. We need active and motivated AAC members, members who are capable, experienced, and very willing individuals. This is not a social club. Why Bob Trumley? He's been flying before he was 21. He is an active pilot. He flies both a power and a glider. He owns his own airplane, and he has a hangar at the airport here. He's here almost every day. Bob is active and volunteers, not just at the airport, but in our community. He raises money for the sheriff's department. He helps with other social issues that are very, very difficult to deal with, and human trafficking being one of those. He's willing to help anyone at the airport who needs it or in the community. And I've been there when he's helped people, and I've been part of that. He's just that kind of person. Bob is a retired iron worker. And I say that because he managed the iron workers. So that makes him an iron worker. Even though his career path was a glazier doing glass, he wrapped up his career as managing the whole team, the iron workers, the glaziers, and everything else. So Bob has built bridges, stadiums, skyscrapers, and almost every kind of metal building. Very much like our hangars in our airport structures here at the airport. Bob built his own house in the East Valley. It's very, very nice, and I mean very nice. He built it with his own hands, his own labor over many years. Bob is building 3 hangars at the airport. He's going through the process of all of the things that you have to do to build a hangar at the airport, times 3. That's a huge deal. Bob is adding to this valley, our airport, and he's doing this with his ability and service. He is making his community a better place. He's not just saying the words, he's actually doing it every day. Bob Trumley may be small, but he is mighty. This is the kind of person we need on the AAC, especially now. And in this room right now, right here, he has overwhelming support. This is not just me talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jason Gibson, House of Gibson, 2 great candidates. Why not split the task and hire them both? Why are we losing good people to this hierarchy of linear management? You know, we're losing good people because we've been taught that we have to be the best of everybody. I've got to be the boss. Be careful what you wish for, Douglas County. It's unbridled commercialism coming into your airports, coming into Lake Tahoe. They can't manage it. They don't know what to do about it. The structure is such that it's not decentralized enough to get your input. Either you're afraid to participate in your government or you're comfortably numb and just sitting on the couch here watching the world go by. You're going to be run out of this county by an upper income corporate military mentality. The congestion is going to be such to where your lifelong investment and the work that you put into your home is going to have to be sacrificed because of the lackluster leadership, which we hear today, in making our airport great again. They brought Trump there a second time. He's now got 70 felonies, 2 more investigations. He's going to have about 150 charges coming against him. And they use the Minden Airport to grandisize their agenda. Brought out the Blue Angels, didn't tell the public, rolled in the Trumpalumpas, 25,000 of them, right there in your backyard. Oath Keepers, Proud Boys. Yeah, buddy. The ideal law enforcement organization of America, Douglas County. They're the ones we should be following. They're the ones who are leading our country, leading our state. Highest per capita income in the county or in the state. And the most misguided leadership to ruin the prospects of the future for this community and for this peoples of ours. So be careful what you wish for. Bob has had great things to say in times past. I appreciate his participation. The lady that came before, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but why not leverage the talents of both of these people and begin to decentralize the way that we're thinking? And please be careful with what you're thinking, because if you haven't gotten the memo, less is more. Less is more. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I would remind the public that what we're looking for here is public comment in regards to the acceptability or the approval of one of these two candidates, and that's what we're looking for. So hopefully future public comment will add to that process. Thank you.
Maureen Casey for the record. Years ago, residents voted against airport expansion. I don't think anyone has a problem with on-site improvements. However, problems with noise and low-flying aircraft raise the hackles of the residents and destroy the rural character of the valley. Mr. Trumbley called our airport a rural airport, and I believe the majority of residents want to keep it that way. So I support Mr. Trumbley and everything that he said. And I believe that he does not have the same feel about commercializing the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Additional public comment? Sensing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. And what is your desires, commissioners?
I think it's wonderful that we have two excellent applicants and appreciate both of them. I will say that what I'm looking for is someone who has a well-rounded approach to the airport and a view of where we are currently, and that is looking at who's going to be the manager permanently, whether that be the interims or one of the proposals that have been made. So that's the context that I'm looking at this in. I will say that I appreciate the enthusiasm of the Airport Advisory Committee members this year, and I think they've taken their job very seriously, and I'm encouraged about the good things that are happening there. I will say that I don't make KMEV great again. I think it implies that it hasn't been great, and it implies negative things potentially about past happenings. So I don't like that. And I don't like that it's political in a way that the airport shouldn't be political. That said, I will say that because of I'm looking at a well-rounded approach to this, and I feel that Mr. Trumbley gives us that well-rounded look. I liked the three priorities, showed a great diversity. When you said most popular in Northern Nevada, I'm not taking that to mean the busiest. I'm taking it to mean the most welcoming and inviting, and I think that is a worthy goal. I like the points on the air show and the kids and also the safety. I feel that Linda May Hivert is an incredible advocate, and I love your vision for what you would like to see happen, and I hope you will continue your advocacy. Because it is a little bit more narrow-focused than what I would like to see happening right now, I would vote in favor of Mr. Trumbley.
I apologize for putting you on the spot like that, because you're certainly not required to be the first one to chime in. So, okay, I just I felt like a little guilty there for a minute, putting you on the spot like that. Commissioner Tarkanian, would you like to share
So
anything?
as I mentioned when we started, Ms. Herverts, if I'm pronouncing it right, I know I'm not. Your resume on paper, your application, I even thought your presentation was tremendous. And I came in here before any conversations and was set to vote for you. I thought Mr. Trumbley made a very nice presentation also. The thing that sort of has moved me into position that I would be happy with either one of you two is because of the recommendations that Mr. Trumbley has received. I have an email from A.J. Yursik, who's vice chair of the board, and he has recommended Mr. Trumbley. Peter, who's also very on the board, has recommended him, as did Ms. Keys. And I just think they're the ones that are working with you on a day-to-day basis, or will be. And I think that means a lot. So, I mean, I certainly can vote for you and be very happy with you. I thought Ms. Herbert was a great applicant, too.
Commissioner Nosat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to read from the item number 1, appoint one member from the airport soaring community. And the person who seemed more rounded for a longer period of time was Ms. Hyvert, and that's who my vote goes to.
Okay. And Commissioner Rice?
I have had a lot of times where I can read the backgrounds and go through the agendas. I'm impressed with both of the applicants. I think either tomato of them would do a tremendous job. What got me was the experience in the public service of Mr. Trumbley, and therefore I think that's the direction that I'm going to go.
Okay, so we've had 3 commissioners indicate a desire for Mr. Trumbley, and 1 indicate a desire for Ms. Hyvert, and so it really doesn't appear that my vote would really...
No, your vote is a key vote. I said I'm up in the air. Don't make it up to me.
Oh, I thought you said you were for Mr. Trumbley, so I guess I misunderstood that. So I'm torn between both of these. I've visited with both individually and very impressed with both of their resumes, which makes it an extremely difficult position. But since I think I would stay with what you're indicating in regards to Mr. Trumbley. So I would entertain a motion to basically go in that direction if that's your desires.
I'll move approval of Robert Trumbley to the Airport Advisory Committee.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion to appoint Mr. Trumbley. This is a 6-month term, by the way, only a 6-month term. These candidates, I'm sure, will come back to us because this position will be available back. Actually, it'll be in December, right? We normally make our advisory board appointments in the December meeting at the end of December because we don't have any new commissioners coming on in January. Otherwise, we would wait until January. So, but this would still only expire at the end of December 31st, right? So, okay. So I have a motion. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, nay? Okay, so we have a 4-to-1 vote to appoint Mr. Trumbley. So, Linda May, we certainly expect you to certainly stay active, right? So, you're not going to give up your soaring process over there. So, anyways, thank you very much for your interest again. And Mr. Trumbley, welcome to the Airport Advisory Committee. As always, and I will say this again, I've said it many times when we've had these appointments, but I always sat out there and said, it was pretty clear cut to me before sitting up here who should be appointed. But this becomes a very difficult position. So anyways, I hope you both appreciate that, and we'll see you come December again, I'm sure. So, okay, thank you very much. So, and I have to ask a question of Mr. Ritchie. It was indicated earlier that maybe we should dilute the community or advance. The appointments of these are set in code. Is that correct, or is that policy, or what is that, by resolution, or how are these appointments made in regards, or the number of people that we have on this board?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. The Airport Advisory Committee, the composition of the membership is set by county code, so this board could change that. Other boards are set by NRS, by statute, but this particular board is set by county code.
Okay, so we don't have the opportunity to expand, even though we have a lot of qualified candidates for that, unless we change the county code. Right.
Yeah, that's
I
correct.
knew you were going to say that. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to item number 2 for possible action. Once again, this will be open for public comment. Discussion to approve Douglas County's nomination of a lay member to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, Advisory Planning Commission for a 2-year term effective July 6, 2023 through May 31st of 2025 in accordance with TRPA by state compact. Ms. Davidson, again, is going to present this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This item appears on the agenda because the 2-year term of the individual who is currently representing Douglas County on the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Advisory Planning Commission has come up. This individual, Mr. Alling, has submitted his application for your consideration to be reappointed in this role. I have been asked why we did not go out or advertise this potential vacancy. And the reason is because it has been precedent of the county for those appointments to be representatives to boards that aren't subject to county policy or specific rules in county code. If we have an indication that the individual is meeting the expectations of the county and fulfilling their obligations, we bring their application forward to you first for consideration for reappointment, or you also have the opportunity to provide staff with direction today to open this up and go back out. Mr. Alling was advised that you will be discussing his possible reappointment with him today and may have questions for him. It's my understanding he's in the audience and would be prepared to speak. With that, I will turn it back over to the commission.
Okay. So just so we're clear, and so the public is clear, this is for the our appointment to the, now you say nomination here to the Advisory Planning Commission. So does that mean that our nomination has to go to somebody else for approval, or are we the sole authority, number one? And number two, we need to make it clear that this is not the governing board, but the planning commission part of TRPA. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Yes, for clarification, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Advisory Planning Commission makes advisory recommendations to TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. We have a citizen representative that sits on this planning commission. Their planning commission is similar to our planning commission in that they provide advisory opinions to TRPA on decisions that are made on a regional level. This is not our board, this is TRPA's board, and it advises them, and that's the reason why this process is a little bit different, and up to you whether or not you would like to go out.
Mr. Turkanian.
Before we listen to Mr. Garth, I'm sorry, Mr. Aileen, if we end up doing so, I just would like to state that I think we should have this open to applicants and let all of them speak on their behalf. The TRPA is one of the most powerful agencies that influences not only Lake Tahoe, but Douglas County. We should have an opportunity to speak with anyone who's interested in this, and I've had two really good candidates that have contacted me saying they were interested in it, and I've had a number of contacts from constituents in Lake Tahoe who would like to see some changes with the TRPA. So I think before we move forward, we should decide whether we're going to have other people apply or not.
Okay. Other commissioners, you wish to? Okay. We should, Commissioner Rice, you had something we should share?
Yeah, I'd like to say I've been on the TRPA governing board for 4 years, and I have not had the pleasure of working with the candidate because we live in different worlds, and I can't say that I endorse or that I don't endorse because we've never gone head to head or really met in any meaningful way. So I'm going to weigh out on this issue. Nothing personal. I don't know you personally, so I can't go one way or the other, sir.
Okay. And I would ask, how large is this board? Is this made up of one representative from each of the counties involved? Or is that a 5-member board? Is it larger than that? Maybe Mr. Alling. Is it Alling or Ailing?
It's Alling.
Alling, okay.
Yes.
So maybe you could answer that question.
Yeah, so the TRPA APC, it's an advisory planning commission, and we advise the governing board that Commissioner Rice sits on for technical issues that are related to planning and TRPA, I mean, resource protection, all sorts of a variety of different things. Each of the counties has a layperson that sits on the APC, as well as the city of South Lake Tahoe. And then each county also has a representative from their planning department that sits on the planning commission as well. Okay, the Forest Service also has a seat, as well as the Washoe Tribe. So it's quite a large commission that we have, but we play a really important role because we're all technically proficient in different areas. And we review environmental documents for large projects that come through that are being proposed up there in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And we review them for technical proficiency and accuracy. And basically I've been doing that for the past 6 years.
Okay, so each of the counties has a member of their planning commission or their planning department that serves on this. So that's 5, right? 1, 2, and there's 5 laypersons that are appointed by each. So that's 10. And then you're saying also the Washoe Tribe has one. That's 11.
Washoe Tribe. There's also State of Nevada Environmental Protection sits on there as well. And so, you know, of course, Carson City. There's no Ormsby County anymore. It's now Carson City. Yeah. So there's a large number of people. And the meetings are run by the TRPA executive director and the head of planning department. And like I said, we review all the documents, code changes, and everything that are being proposed that come through.
Okay. I'm sorry. County Manager Davidson has something to share with us also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, that I did not answer your original question. So I keep using the word appointment, and that is not the correct word. Pursuant to Article 3H of the TRPA Compact, the appointment of a lay member shall be nominated by Douglas County. So your purpose today is to make a nomination, and then that nomination would be confirmed by TRPA as the body that does the official appointment. I apologize for not answering your question.
Commissioner Nosad?
Mr. Ali, what's the main purpose of having the TRPA?
The main purpose of having the TRPA? Well, I believe it's to protect the natural resources in the Lake Tahoe Basin
And has the growth of housing, et cetera, and in population been detrimental to that aim?
I believe so, yes.
How would you change that?
That's a great question. I think that TRPA needs to continue their current course of action with, of course, some modifications, because it's a balance. You know, you can't take any houses out. You can't take any more development out. What is there should remain, and there's still room for growth and to maintain the economic development of the area. So I don't think removing TRPA would really fix anything. Personally, I think it would make it worse. Things have gotten better over the years.
I wouldn't advocate getting rid of the TRPA at all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I would not advocate getting rid of the TRPA at all. I would suggest that perhaps the people who are in the TRPA have a vested interest in development and growth, et cetera, as opposed to preservation of the lake and preservation of the area.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's your opinion. I would love to be able to discuss that with you more. I don't really, I mean, in my role as sitting, as representing Douglas County as a lay member, we don't really make any modifications directly to TRPA staff, or we're an outside entity that reviews everything that staff does, and we give our recommendations to the governing board in order for things to proceed.
Right. TRPA is both California and Nevada.
Correct.
How is this affecting Nevada in that the growth seems to be growing rampant?
In Lake Tahoe Basin, the growth has been controlled in Lake Tahoe Basin since the TRPA was founded. And so it's not just like, you can't just, there's no more subdivisions. You can't just build, you can't take let's say you have a 10-acre lot, you can't subdivide it into additional lots that would create additional growth potential. That's not allowed. There's caps on all of that. So any growth that you see is basically buildings that are going in that are already allowed to do so based on the caps that were instituted a number of years ago.
The caps you speak of, who institutes the cap?
The TRPA, the TRPA Code of Ordinances.
So the TRPA would, let's suppose we had something in our Title 20 that was in conflict with TRPA, who wins?
I can't speak to that. I don't know which one would take precedent.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have never had this come before this board, and I've never heard from this planning commission in the past either as a presentation to this board. So I'm struggling to be able to make a decision myself in regards to whether or not Mr. Alling, and it's no reflection on you. I hope you understand that. Okay.
Yeah. No. I understand.
I think it's important that we hear from our folks that are on these different boards on a routine basis. I'm disappointed that the board hasn't taken the opportunity to visit with yourself or other members of this board, of this particular planning commission in the past. But I kind of concur with Commissioner Tarkanian, is that we really have very little to base this decision on today. And so I also, not to say you won't be reappointed, but I'd like to look at our other opportunities also. So,
sure.
And I, the other thing is, I read here, do you anticipate any potential conflicts of interest? And you indicate yes, that and your company basically does perform or could perform environmental analysis that would have to go through the board, and you would have to recuse yourself. So at times we may lose another voice on that board. So I don't know. That's what I'm inclined to do, is send it back out to the public and accept other applications and take a look at what other opportunities we might have. Not to say, once again, that you've been doing a bad job, or I don't know. I don't have anything to base it on. You know?
Mr. Chair, I think it should be noted, I have appeared here in front of the Board of County Commissioners for my first appointment and my second appointment. And so the only person that's ever reached out to me from the board was this last week, Commissioner Hales. I had a phone call asking me some questions, and I am always open to answer any type of questions, discuss my appointment. The county manager's office contacted me and asked if I'd like to give a presentation, and I'd be more than happy to do so. Basically, the request came through just last week, and I haven't had sufficient time to be able to prepare, and I'm in the middle of really the busiest, it's my field season, and I would love to be able to come back, if I am appointed, and do a presentation to you this fall. And again, I mean, I've been here all along to have questions, answer questions, and I've really never been approached, so.
I'd like
I
to speak.
understand yes, it's on us too. I understand that, so. Commissioner Hales?
Did you want to go next? I did call Mr. Alling, and we had a good conversation. I asked him how many meetings he's missed, and he said he thinks one. And that's good commitment. I really feel strongly that Mr. Alling's professional background lends itself very well to being a strong representative of our county. And I feel like this is a body that when the members have knowledge, they do a much better job. And I'm sure there's some learning curve on this work. It's technical. It's a complex set of regulations that they're working with. So for those reasons, I feel that I can't imagine a candidate that would have a stronger qualifications than Mr. Alling's. And so I am ready to support Mr. Alling today. That said, I do understand that there is some merit to having an open process. I certainly hope that if that is the decision of the board, that Mr. Alling will reapply, and I would be in strong support of him.
Well, okay, Commissioner Rice, you had something you wish to add?
Yes.
And then Commissioner Tarkanian has something.
First of all, I would like to disagree with my colleague. The TRPA has done a marvelous job. I've lived in Lake Tahoe, not in Lake Tahoe, I've lived at Lake Tahoe for over 30 years. When we first moved there, we considered the TRPA the Tahoe Royal pain in the whatever. And that has changed. As far as rampant growth, there is no rampant growth at Lake Tahoe. Trust me, to be able to build a home takes almost an act of Congress. We have no dirt that you can build on without permission. The Lake Clarity was one of the main reasons for the existence of the TRPA, and it is now clearer than it has been in decades. So it is working, it is doing its job. I am very proud to be part of the existing governing body, and it's because of people like this gentleman that we get the information that we need to make informed decisions. And I want to thank you for what you have done so far and let you know that I support you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, you had something you
He
want?
wants to follow up, I think, on this, and
Okay. Commissioner Ossett.
All right, has anybody ever heard of Fodor's? Fodor. It's a travel agency, Fodor's Travel has put Lake Tahoe on its list of 10 regions to reconsider in 2023, saying the region has become overpopulated. One of the reasons that I mentioned, the housing, it wouldn't get overpopulated if we didn't have the housing. So I would like to see us do due diligence, put out the call for other people to run or be, and who want to be nominated. Not appointed, nominated.
So I just wanted to go back and try to get us towards the agenda item, which was whether we should nominate Mr. Alling without it being open to other applicants. And it has nothing to do with my feelings about Mr. Alling or whether I would vote for or against you. I just think it would be irresponsible for the board not to have this open to the public with this being such an important position. And I mean, we can discuss the works of TRPA. I've get emails from people that tell me they're very disappointed in it. I get emails from people that tell me they're very happy with it. But I think right now we're talking about picking a person who will be most effective for Douglas County on the Planning Commission, and for us to say this would be the best applicant no matter what without hearing who the other applicants are, I just don't follow that line of thinking.
Anyways, this is, I don't know if you wish to add anything to this, Mr. Alling, but this is a possible action item, so before we take action, we would need to go to public comment. Did you have anything you wish to add to your comments before we go to public comment on that?
Yeah, I'd just like to respond briefly to Commissioner, is it Noasad? Is that correct? You know, the article that came out that you were just referencing saying that the region has become overpopulated. There are fewer people that live in the Lake Tahoe Basin now than there were 30 years ago. The population of the basin has gotten smaller. A lot of that is due to secondary homes, people buying up the homes and not living in our community. I think what that article is referencing is the population of the greater area. Reno, the Valley, Sacramento. People coming in and there's over-tourism that's happening in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And it's being heavily impacted by the people that are coming in and the people that live there.
All right, let me read this again.
Once again, what we're looking
All
at,
right.
we're getting
He
into a
made
debate
comments.
away
You
from.
asked for comments.
Okay, but we're getting away from the acceptability or the desire of whether or not we want to extend Mr. Alling's participation on this, or whether we want to go to public comment.
All right, let me read the agenda item again then. Discussion to approve Douglas County's nomination of a lay member, not mentioning Mr. Ollie at all. So he happened to be here. I assume you put in an application?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. All right, so he's only one. We need more, I think.
And that's an appropriate request, yeah.
Not open either. I mean,
We
there's
did
people
not
that
open
didn't
it.
know this was going to be on the
You know,
agenda
and
until they
Ms.
saw it.
Davidson indicated why that was not the case. So anyways, still want to give you an opportunity to say something, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yeah. Nothing further.
Okay, very good. Then we'll go to public comment on this. Is there public comment here in regards to item number 2? And that's the nomination of a lay person. We've only had one applicant, and we did not go we did not open that back up. And so anyways, so based on this information and the fact that we've had one applicant, what we're looking for is the whether or not this board should reappoint Mr. Alling or not. That's the discussion, Mr. Gibson. So not the board, not whether or not this individual should be reappointed or not. That's what we need in public comment.
First and foremost, Commissioner Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson, 40-year resident. Commissioner Noasad, we can't hear what you're saying on the YouTube channel. If you'd please speak into the microphone so we can pick up your comments, sir, then everybody can stay on track with what we're doing here. Some of the key points here, we mentioned, or the discussion was over tourism, not overpopulation. What we have is a working model that's gotten us this far, but obviously we need to look at the way that we're communicating and organized. Very few people in
Mr.
government.
Gibson, do you have anything to say about the acceptability of this candidate?
I'm getting there.
Well, please do.
I'm
Okay.
getting there. It takes a whole system perspective to get a handle on what's going on here, sir. So first and foremost, there's a Facebook site on this Regional Planning Commission that you're unaware of, sir. And if you would plug into your Facebook and look at what they're doing, then maybe this wouldn't be a first-time discussion for you. So every commissioner should have a part-time media assistant to help the commissioner be informed about these other planning commissions so that we don't get taken by storm by California and be over-commercialized, and by the time we start addressing these things, it's too late. You will know them by their fruits. Ellie Waller, we miss you here today because she knows about this planning commission, and she brought it to our attention that Lake Tahoe, California has a reputation for being a location where celebrities visit year-round, but there's a very big reason not to visit. This is a #1 article on the 10 worst U.S. cities for a weekend getaway. We're right up with New York because we're not a planning commission, we're not well organized, and we don't communicate like human beings. We're locked into a closed-loop system. They're saying that it's a beautiful area, but it's struggling so heavily under the weight of tourism, so badly that the roads have become dust, traffic jams are common, and the lake itself has lost its clarity and beauty. These are the facts. You will know them by their fruits. You can say whatever you want to say. Well, it's not a population issue. Well, then what kind of issue is it? It's an organizational principle. It's locked into a total fiction where time is money, where everybody's just getting rich doing what they think needs to be done instead of decentralizing and getting into the groupthink. This belongs in our norms and our board's norms and procedures. We have 22 committees of people that are well-educated, well-to-do. Where is their input in helping the board formulate the policies and choosing these kinds of representatives? Why does it have to be one person? Why can't it be a small group of people who are dialoguing? It's called social networking, folks. 21st century communication.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this candidate? Okay. Sensing none, I'll bring it back to the board then. Okay. Commissioners, what is your desire here?
I'm going to make a motion to postpone the nomination and open it up to the public for further consideration.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Noasad to postpone this selection, this nomination, until we open this up to the public and bring it back to this board for further study. I have a question from our county manager or from legal counsel as to the timing on that regard.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. This appointment was effective through May 31st, I'm sorry, through July 6th. So this nomination, so we would actually have a vacancy. We would not have representation for our layperson seat until such time as the board made the nomination and that nomination were confirmed. So it typically takes about 3 weeks for us to advertise an opening. So I would say the soonest we could bring this back to the commission with applicants would be the second meeting, I believe, in August.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Could we vote to maintain our current representative until this vote takes place, if it's 6 weeks or 2 months from now, have given him a temporary extension for 2 months?
We would need, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we would need to confirm that with TRPA. I'm not able to do that right this moment, but certainly if that were your desire, we could attempt to operate that way.
Commissioner Hales.
I would like to note that it seems to me we should be more formal about when we open up. I mean, I appreciate that it's been a practice, but I think maybe we avoid these kinds of, what are we going to do if we formalize it in terms of maybe when we appoint, there's 2 terms and then they have to reapply or whatever. I basically like to be, have everything lined out in process, and then you know what you're doing on these things. So I just wanted to note that maybe that's something that we could look at that would make these things easier in the future. And I appreciate the question Commissioner Tarkanian asked, because I do think we don't want to go without a voice, but I don't think that question can be answered during the next 10 minutes, probably. So I'll just reiterate, I'd be in favor of keeping, re-nominating Mr. Alling at this time, and then looking at, do we really want to continue this past practice?
Commissioner Nosad?
Yes. Comes into the realm of pre-planning and knowing what you're expecting to do 3, 4, 5 weeks out. This came as a surprise to us. This item was, I know we did the 2-on-1 and the 1-on-1, and we saw it there, and well, okay, yeah, it's just there to. Not on the 4th, no. But anyway, to say the nomination of a lay member, and there's only one that showed up and one application. We went through this once before, I think, in the previous meeting where we wanted to put out applications or put out the job request. We're going to have to, I think we should delay and get some more applications.
Commissioner Rice, did you have anything you wish to share?
Yes, I do. I believe that this gentleman has done a very good job while he's been on the board. I'm not in favor of bringing people onto the board who potentially would be anti-TRPA. And trust me, there are a few of them out there. In fact, more than a few of them out there. I was one of them until I got on the board and found out what they really do. And they have been the guardians of the lake. The lake has improved dramatically over the last 10 years. I see no reason to change the way things are being done just because they haven't been done another way before, if that makes any sense. So I am in favor of reappointing this gentleman, Mr. Alling, if I said it right, for another term. Thank you.
And you know, I have to admit that I'm blind to this, okay? I am blind to this. I didn't even know this planning commission existed beyond the governing board of TRPA, honestly. So I didn't know that you were involved. You say that you were previously appointed. When were you previously appointed? Was that would that have been July 6th of, or that thereabouts in 2021? Was this a 2-year appointment?
My first appointment was in 2017.
Pardon me?
My first appointment was in 2017.
When is the most recent time that you were reappointed?
2
2 years ago. So that I don't recall this being on the board when I was there in 2021. I guess that's what I'm. Maybe I was blind to it. I don't know. You know, 4 of us were on the board at that time, and I just don't recall it. And so, oh. Okay.
That's even worse. So
Yeah,
we're putting it on a consent calendar.
So,
this item.
you know, once again, I just don't have anything to judge your performance on whatsoever. So that's my dilemma, and that's on me. I agree. That's on me. Once again, this is something that I was blind to, wasn't aware of until this came forward, and I started to have to ask questions. So I'm inclined to join the commissioners in regards to asking, and I don't know that losing our voice on there for a month or so is going to be a real hardship to us. We do still have, as I understand, one of our members of our planning department, Kate Morales O'Brien, right, or O'Neill, on there. Is that correct, Ms. Davidson?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know that we're going to lose a tremendous amount by delaying this. You're saying we couldn't bring it forward by the first meeting in August versus the second meeting in August?
Because of the timing with the newspapers, we try to get at least 2 complete weeks of advertising when we're recruiting, and I don't think we could meet the timeline for our next agenda item. With that, I think the deadline would have been yesterday to get it into the newspaper.
Okay, so I just, I'm inclined to do that, to wait until once again, I just don't think we're going to, we have any pressing matters. I may be wrong. But anyways, we do have a motion on the floor. Commissioners, do you have any additional comments? Commissioner?
Is this a good time to offer an amendment?
You can offer an amendment, sure. That's certainly acceptable. The motion is still open, so yes, amendments are acceptable.
And that we ask, that we nominate to TRPA that they extend Mr. Alling's term until we have nominated again.
Second that. And then, obviously, the rest of the motion still stands.
I think that's a very reasonable amendment, personally, but, okay. Commissioner Nosad, you had something you wanted to add in regards to the discussion on the amendment to extend Mr. Alling's, ask TRPA Planning Commission to extend his appointment until such time as we can come back and see if there's others.
Do we have a second on the motion, on the amendment?
On the amendment, Commissioner Hales made the motion, Commissioner Tarkanian seconded it.
So now it's time for discussion.
Now it's time for discussion on the amendment. Yes.
Okay. I disagree with the amendment, namely because we have no control over what TRP does or when they do it. So while your intention is good, we would, if we could magically make it say, okay, you're going to be in here for another 4 weeks. But we can't do that. We have no control over that.
I think the amendment was phrased in the manner of an ask versus a demand. So I think we could reasonably ask for that. That doesn't mean that they have to accept that.
Question to the amender, is that what you? I'm done talking.
Okay, so we have a motion, an amendment on the floor, okay? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm sorry, okay, is that a 5-0 or? No, okay, so that's 4 to, and those against? Nay. Okay, and 1 against, okay? That's the amendment. So now the main motion as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, the main motion is to extend applications to the public, okay, to come back to us no later than the second meeting in August, with the amendment that we're asking the TRPA Planning Commission or the TRPA Governing Board to extend Mr. Alling's appointment until such time as we come back, till that action comes back to this board. Is that all everybody's understanding? Okay. Got it? Okay. So all those in favor of the motion as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0 then on that. Okay.
And just my final follow-up is I would like to maybe get a list of the appointments and talk about when do we open them up or when do we just invite the appointed person to reapply?
Yeah. Okay. Has picked up on that. So, yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay. Well, that took a little longer than Mr. Allen, once again, we appreciate your participation, but I hope you can understand our consternation in it too. Okay, so anyways, and hopefully we'll have you extended and have your voice on there continued until it comes back, and who knows what's going to happen then. So, okay, thank you very much. Okay, item number 3. Do we need to take a break? Okay, so we're going to take a break until it's 11:35 right now. Let's give ourselves a 10-minute break and come back at 11:45 noon. Okay, thank you. I was just thinking about Okay, it's 11:45. I'd like to bring this back together. So, anyways, before we get restarted here, I'm going to ask the commissioners, how do you feel about a lunch break? Do you want to power through this, or do you want to take a lunch break? Okay, Commissioner Hales? Huh? Go either way. Commissioner Noasad? What's your attitude? Yeah. We're at item 3. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. And Commissioner Rice?
You're driving, sir.
You're driving. What do you, oh, okay. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll go through the next 2 items, and then we'll take a break, okay? How does that work? Okay, Ms. Michelle? Okay. Item number 3 for possible action, discussion to appoint a Douglas County staff member or a member of the Board of County Commissioners to serve as the board's alternative representative to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Governing Board, and being presented by County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This item appears on your agenda today because I previously served as the alternate representative for the county on TRPA's, or to TRPA's governing board. Commissioner Rice is the board representative to TRPA's governing board, and I have been able to attend when needed in the past, which I think was one time because of his diligence in attending those meetings. Unfortunately, in my new role as county manager, it is not something I'm going to be able to accommodate moving forward. This is a very important appointment, and we want to make sure we have a county voice at those governing board meetings, as you've thoroughly discussed in the previous agenda item. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it over to the board for some direction.
Okay. Commissioner Hales, you have your light on. Did you?
Yes. I will say that I have really learned a lot serving on the South Shore Microtransit Board. I've also, as the alternative to the TTD, the Tahoe Transportation District, I've been able to attend that once and learn a little bit about that. And I feel that with both those roles, I would be, the work on those boards would dovetail being an alternate to TRPA, and I'd be interested in, willing to take this, acknowledging that it probably doesn't mean anything because it probably won't ever be needed.
I make a motion that we,
I had applied for this in January, and Mr. Rice had beat me out for the position. I'd be more than willing to be the alternate also.
I pass.
And you serve, so you can't serve on that. I mean, you can't be your own alternative. There would be no
I
purpose in
cannot.
that. Okay.
I will say this, that I have gotten some very positive feedback from Commissioner Hale's attendance at the meetings that she has attended. We are similar in thought, and I would be more than happy to recommend, sorry, words are still sometimes difficult to get out, but at least they come out, so, oh well. Anyway, so I would be inclined to make a motion to have her serve when the time is right.
Okay. And my schedule does not afford me the time, even though I don't anticipate. I don't know that we've ever had it. Well, Ms. Davidson is indicating she served once, okay? And so it's been rare that we've had to have an alternate. But it is important that we do have an alternate should something happen to Commissioner Rice and he was unable to attend. So as we have on almost all of our other boards and commissions that we serve on. So anyways, this is for possible action, so we'll take it to public comment and then we'll come back and entertain a motion. So is there any public comment on this?
Jason Gibson, in just looking at the website for this organization that we just found out about, the most powerful regional planning agency probably in Tahoe, their strategic plan was formulated in 2014. And the update is 2020. And here we are in 2023. And this is the theme in all of our organizational structures in any facet of government you're talking about today, because the planning schematic, the ordering schematic, is based on a fiction that separates you from the reality of your environment. You are totally disillusioned by a 12-month fiction with no basis in science whatsoever. And the name of the game on that treadmill is keep your mouth shut, your head down, do what you're told in your little job spell of a description. So we're not going to see this website on the Facebook for the Tahoe Regional Planning Commission. You're not going to see today's meeting on the Facebook for today's nomination because we don't communicate on Facebook where everybody gets their information. We communicate like we do today, like we've always done today. And it's not working. It's not there. So please utilize your social networking skills. If you're an individual with an account and you don't want to share your personal data, create an autonomous page for your idea, your event, your meeting, for your cause. And you can have 20 or 30 pages associated with your personal account. Nobody's going to have access to your personal information, so you don't have to worry about it. Take a little time, and if you needs be, then call yours truly at 775-309-1262. We're going to slip this into the American Rescue Plan Act Fund under Communications 101 here in the 21st century. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Since you know additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Commissioner Starla Hale to serve as the board alternative representative to the TRPA Planning Agency Governing Board.
Your second? Second. Okay, so motion by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner Noasad to appoint Commissioner Charlotte Hales as the alternative representative to TRPA Governing Board. Any discussion amongst the board? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that's 4-1, and congratulations, Miss Hales.
And thank you.
And I'm sure Mr. Rice hopes that we won't need to avail on you in that regard, right? but so yes, okay. We're going to do item number 4, and then we will take a 1-hour break for lunch, okay? Because this is a presentation-only item. I'll read that into the record. We will not be taking public comment on this. For presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1619, amending the language of Douglas County Code Title 3, Revenue and Finance, Chapter 3.12, Occupancy Tax, and Chapter 370, Transient Lodging License Tax to 1, impose a one-time penalty for delinquent room taxes in the amount of 10% of the amount of delinquent room taxes owed, or $100, whichever is greater, for any delinquent penalties outstanding as of July 1st, 2020 and thereafter. And number 2, impose a 1.5% monthly interest charge on all delinquent room taxes principal amounts. And 3, clarify that occupancy tax and transient lodging rental tax does not apply to complimentary rooms or transient lodging provided at no cost. And 4, provide for all other properly related matters. This is the first reading being presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby, and Deputy District Attorney, Zach Wadley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. We'll take this item. Ms. Willoughby is here to offer her support and answer any questions as well. The District Attorney's Office worked on this ordinance in conjunction with the Finance Department and the County Manager's Office to make primarily a couple of changes to our room tax statutory language. Our existing penalty language in our room tax ordinances imposes what amounts to in excess of 120% annually in penalties for delinquent taxes, in addition to up to a 1% monthly interest compounding charge. There's concern from my office as to whether or not those provisions are actually enforceable. Legally, you can have difficulties enforcing what can be considered to be overly onerous penalty provisions. And certainly a penalty provision of over 120% compounding annually it potentially is unenforceable. So the concept with the proposed penalty provisions is to impose a one-time 10% penalty for any delinquent tax amount. The DA's office is very confident that that is enforceable in the event that we need to go to court to do that. And then also impose a 1.5% interest payment compounding monthly on any delinquent amounts. And that would amount to approximately an 18%, a little over 18% with compounding annual interest charge for delinquent amounts. Again, the DA's office is comfortable enforcing that for delinquent room tax amounts if we need to. And that's why that language is proposed in this ordinance. In addition to that, there's one other primary change. Historically, comped rooms have not been assessed room taxes, and that is clear under one portion of the room tax code. It was not so clear in the two other portions of the room tax code. So what we've done by this ordinance is clarify that across all three components of room taxes, that comped rooms are in fact not subject to room taxes, which has been the historical practice for decades here in Douglas County. With that, I am happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Tarkanian? I'm not always going to impose on you. Commissioner Hales to ask first. Commissioner Nossad, any questions? No. Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Hales? Very clear. Okay. And potentially, I would suppose if this continues to, if we don't change this, potentially we could become hotel owners ourselves, right? Just on the default process? I hope not. So anyways, it was a joke. Poorly phrased joke, but try to get some levity here in this room, right? Some from time to time. So, okay, yes. Anyways, okay, if there's no questions, and this doesn't require any public comment, so we appreciate your presentation, and I suppose you'll be back, the first meeting in August? Is that the timing on this?
Correct.
Okay, first meeting in August when we'll actually potentially adopt this. I want to make sure that. Okay, very good. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and we'll see you back in future meetings. Okay, so with that, what's that? Yeah, we'll see. Oh, is he on the next? Yes, he's on the next item as well. You're right, and Ms. Willoughby as well. Okay, so yes, we'll see them both back after lunch. So at this time. Well, it's for possible action, and okay, we can do that. If you're good with that, we'll do that. Wow. Okay. You're not going to need a refreshment before you go into this one. Okay.
I'm happy to proceed, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
It's probably going to take me longer to read it into the record than it is to get it done. But anyways, so we'll go to item 5, and then we'll take a lunch break. Okay. So item 5 for possible action. Discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1618, and ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title 5, Business Licenses and Regulations, Chapter 5.08, Intoxicating Liquor Sale Licenses, Section 5.08.020, Definitions, and Section 5.08.030, Classes of Liquor Licenses, to 1, clarify the existing caterer's liquor license classification allows for the sale of providing or of intoxicating beverages while catering a special occasion, party, or special or social gathering where intoxicating beverages are provided for consumption at locations or premises not associated with an on-site liquor license. And 2, add a mobile liquor license classification to specifically allow for the sale or providing of intoxicating beverages from a mobile food truck, trailer, cart, or other mobile conveyance without a permanent fixed premise or location. And 3, provide for all other properly related matters, being presented by Deputy District Attorney Zach Wadley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney again. The proposed mobile liquor license classification would be a new license classification to allow for mobile food trucks, trailers, or other mobile conveyances to obtain a liquor license. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office recently has experienced an increased interest in mobile liquor licenses, and the existing license classifications under our liquor code don't clearly allow for that type of a license to be issued. The proposed mobile liquor license classification code language specifies that the language does not allow for liquor to be sold from a mobile conveyance at a location where such sales are otherwise prohibited under Douglas County Code, including Title 20. And the example that I used last time when this was introduced was that, for instance, a mobile food truck that obtained one of these licenses couldn't set up in a neighborhood cul-de-sac where you couldn't otherwise have a bar under Title 20 and sell from that location. The proposed amendments to the caterers, the existing caterers liquor license classification, are really a cleanup to differentiate that license classification from the newly proposed mobile liquor license classification. And specify that a caterer's liquor license applies to catering for special occasions, parties, or social gatherings where intoxicating beverages are provided for consumption at locations or premises not associated with an on-site liquor license. Since this has been introduced, I've only received one question on it from a wholesaler, liquor wholesaler, who questioned whether these new classifications would somehow allow a mobile purveyor to skirt state requirements for wholesale sales, and the answer to that is no. Our liquor license makes clear, our liquor code makes clear that in addition to county code, you have to follow all applicable state regulations and state law. So I've answered that question to that individual, and I haven't received any other questions.
Thank you. Commissioners' questions? Commissioner Nosad?
I've always wanted to know this. Provide for all other properly related matters. I was a quality assurance manager. This is not defined.
I'll admit to that being language that us lawyers use to catch everything else. So.
Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions? Commissioner Hales? Commissioner Rice? No, sir. Okay, I have no questions. So, and I would admit that I think this is, it's good that we add this mobile liquor license. We are seeing some routine, more and more food trucks and things of that nature that are cropping up. And so it's good to get this into code and clarify it. So with that, we'll go to public comment on item number 5.
Jason Gibson, a Rancho resident. Just want to clarify a couple of key points that Zach brought up about law enforcement being interested in expanding the liquor industry. Of course, the DUIs is their number one cash cow. You're not going to find dark transit being used at Carson Valley Days to drive people home because they want to hit you on the way out. That's why they got cameras on the dance floor, so they can pick up those of you who are drinking. And rather than use our extensive transportation system to give you a lift, or maybe have a bus run through town on the weekend, you know, courtesy bus to keep you from drinking and driving. They just want to keep expanding that tax base, keep expanding it. Like they did in the Ranchos when Tarkanian seconded the 4th liquor store in my neighborhood, within a stone's throw of the other 3. And about 2 weeks ago, youth knocking down doors at about 2 o'clock in the morning, right around the new liquor store, not even thinking about what kind of problems or crime or garbage, not even thinking ahead, just expand it, more money, broaden that tax base. It's the kind of thinking we got here today, folks.
Okay, is
I'll move-
additional public comment? Seeing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve, adopt ordinance 2023-1618 as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. And now we can take a 1-hour lunch break. Why don't we extend that to 12:15? That's okay with Ms. Pablo? Okay, well, 1:15, what did I say, 12:15? Well, that's going to be a quick lunch. Okay, we'll come back at 1:15. Okay, thank you. Okay, it is 1:15, so we'll return into, from our lunch break and recess, and we'll go to item number 6. All 5 commissioners are back in attendance. I would like to remind the public to please silence your portable devices once again, so you don't interrupt speakers at the podium. These, let's see, 1, 2, 3. 3 next items are for possible action, so when you approach the podium, we will be taking public comment on these. So when you approach the podium, we ask you to sign your name, print your name so that we have it accurately for the record, and then state your name and your time will begin when that occurs. So item number 6 for possible action, discussion regarding the utilization of $719,000 of available American Rescue Plan Act, better known as ARPA, ARPA funding. Discussion shall include a presentation by staff clarifying the related United States Treasury Department final rules and guidance for use of ARPA funds and possible direction to staff to extend the period for funding requests to be submitted to the county for consideration through August 4th, 2023. This is being presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby. Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you. Rather than doing another presentation, I think I've already shared this one previously, but I wanted to clarify. There's been some confusion about what is actually eligible. And we are a direct recipient of ARPA money. Usually it comes through the state and comes to us. It's very important that we get this right. And so I wanted to provide guidance on what is eligible under ARPA. The key allowable uses are support public health response to fund COVID mitigation, replace public sector revenue loss, water and sewer infrastructure, addressing negative economic impacts to workers, families, small businesses, impacted industries in the public sector, premium pay for essential workers, and broadband infrastructure. Those are the big, broad categories. So some of the language in the final guidance, should and must is mandatory. It's not a choice. May and encourage, we have county discretion. Proportional and reasonable are key terms in determining level of investment for eligible activities. So I'll jump ahead a little bit here. Counties may use lost revenue for general government services up to the revenue loss amount. There's a standard allowance of $10 million, and because our entire allocation was under that, we asked the board for direction to utilize, for the capability of using the entire allowance for general government services. And I think this is where a lot of the confusion comes in. Government services generally include any service traditionally provided by government. And that's not just any government, that's our county services. So unless we are providing that service, it's not eligible.
As we go through this, I hope you don't mind, Ms. Willoughby, but as commissioners have questions on
Sure,
this,
that's fine.
I think it'd be easier for us to just ask those questions and you can give us direct answers rather than waiting until the end of this and then trying to go back. So anyways.
Thank you.
Yep.
So if I can clarify this, so for example, there may be utility special districts that serve customers, but there aren't Douglas County customers. So those special districts may or may not be eligible under this category. This is strictly related to government services provided by the recipient, which in this case is Douglas County. Are there questions on that? Like, it would be for our roads, not another agency's roads.
Right. No, I was just, I should have said that at the beginning rather than during this.
No,
I
that's fine.
Didn't mean to interrupt you at
Oh,
this
no, that's fine.
point in time.
I mean, this is probably the most confusing part, and so we want to make sure that's clear. Counties have to, this is, again, we took the standard $10 million allowance. We cannot use it for a contribution to a pension fund, for debt service payment. We cannot just plop the money into our reserve accounts for a rainy day. We cannot fund a settlement agreement, a judgment, consent decree, or judicially confirmed debt, or any activity that conflicts with the purpose of the American Rescue Plan statute for uses of funds that conflict with COVID mitigation. I can't even think of an example right now, but I guess if you're doing something to promote COVID or against, it would not be eligible. So public health and negative economic impacts. This is one category aside from the general government services and revenue loss. Aid to impacted industries. This would, for example, might be tourism. So there are instructions in the final rule about how to designate and uses to aid an impacted industry. Public sector capacity allows rehiring of county staff to pre-pandemic levels or adjusted up to 7.5%. We did not lay off employees due to the pandemic, so we would not be eligible for this. Capital expenditures, eligible projects must respond to pandemic and be proportional to the impact. Public health and negative economic impacts include, again, public health, assistance to households that were impacted by health issues during COVID, assistance to small businesses, similar to what we did with CARES Act, assistance to nonprofits, however, they have to be impacted. They would have had to justify an economic hardship due to the pandemic. Aid to impacted industries such as tourism, and public sector capacity, which is again increasing the number of employees back to pre-pandemic levels. This is a public health response, number of uses, vaccination, testing programs, support for isolation and quarantine. We did use a little bit of this money to assist China Spring when they had issues following the pandemic. Medical expenses may be used for expenses to households, medical providers, or other incurred medical costs due to the pandemic. Final rule allows a very broad range of activities, including for the general public, behavioral health facilities and equipment, prevention, outpatient treatment, inpatient, crisis care, diversion, peer support groups, costs for residents in supportive housing, and the 988 National Suicide Prevention Hotline. Negative economic impacts, impacted households. This would be families within the county. Treasury presumes the following households and communities are impacted by the pandemic: low or moderate households or communities, households that experience unemployment, households that experienced increased food or housing insecurity. And of course, this is all related, has to be related back to the pandemic. Households that qualify for CHIP, child care subsidies, CCDF or Medicaid, households that qualify for the National Housing Trust for affordable housing programs, and any student that lost in-person access to education during the pandemic. So food assistance, aid to food banks, emergency housing assistance, cash assistance, these would all be eligible uses of ARPA funds to households. And we would obviously have to determine that low and moderate income. Some households and communities are deemed to be disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Low-income households and communities, households residing in qualified census tracts, of which we have a few in Douglas County, but not many. Households that qualify for certain federal benefits, and households receiving services provided by tribal governments. And as a note, tribes received a separate allocation of their own money directly. So this is another listing of services that would be available for disproportionately impacted households. So it does clarify what a low income or low to moderate income household is. income at or below 300% of the federal poverty guidelines. So if we were giving aid to a household or a group of households, we would have to do this investigative work to make sure that they qualified. Assistance to small businesses. Treasury defines small businesses by having no more than 500 employees in general, independently owned and operated, and not dominant in the field of operation. So they would have to, if we were to give aid to small business, they would have to demonstrate decreased revenue, tie it back to the time of the pandemic, financial insecurity, increased costs, capacity to weather financial hardship, challenges covering payroll, rent, or mortgage, or other operating costs, and other reasonable factors that we would be determining. Again, disproportionately impacted small businesses are those operating in qualified census tracts. And these are eligible uses for small businesses: loans or grants, technical assistance, counseling, or other services to support business planning. Nonprofits. So the Treasury defines a nonprofit as a 501c3 or a 501c19 tax-exempt organization. Impacted nonprofits would have to demonstrate decreased revenue, financial insecurity, increased costs. Again, this is all tied back to the pandemic. Decreased capacity to weather financial hardship, challenges covering payroll, rent, or mortgage, and other operating costs. And again, the same qualifications for disproportionately impacted nonprofits. Eligible uses would include loans or grants to mitigate financial hardship, technical or in-kind assistance, just like in the last slide. And those services, other services that were designed to mitigate the economic impacts of the pandemic. We can, an industry can be designated as impacted, particularly if the industry is in the travel, tourism, or hospitality sectors, the industry's impact. If it's outside of those, the industry would be impacted if it experienced at least 8% employment loss from their level at pre-pandemic, or they are having comparable or worse economic impacts similar to the tourism and travel industry. Restoring public safety, this would be, again, to bolster our number of employees back to pre-pandemic. However, this doesn't apply. We did not lose employees due to the pandemic. Capital expenditures can use recovery funds. Counties can use recovery funds for capital expenditures that respond directly to the public health and negative economic impacts of the pandemic. Projects must be related to public health and be proportional to the pandemic impact identified. Counties have to, if we were to fund a capital project, we would be required to write a written justification for capital expenditures under this category. And those are the levels. So less than 1 million, no written justification. Greater than 1 million and below 10 million, we do have to write it but not submit it. And we don't have anything, we have less than 10 million, so. Eligible capital expenditure projects would be schools, childcare, medical facilities, temporary medical facilities, emergency operations centers, behavioral health facilities, affordable housing, primary care clinics, and hospitals, and improvements to vacant and abandoned properties. Premium pay would be used for paying premium pay or up to $13 an hour to eligible workers performing essential work, either in public sector roles or through grants to third-party employers. So we would have to, if this was used, determine that any work employed any work performed by an employee of the state, local, or tribal government. Verify that the eligible worker performs essential work, including risk of COVID exposure, and confirm that the premium pay responds to workers performing essential work during the public health emergency. Next is water and sewer infrastructure. And this is where outside agencies, if they had an infrastructure, could qualify. So whereas government services only applies to the county's own services it's like one category, this is a different category which could be extended to other agencies. Eligible water and sewer projects, under the final rule, they were, under the interim rule, they had to be aligned with those under the EPA's Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Final rules provides additional eligible projects, including a broader set of lead remediation projects, culverts, residential wells, certain dams and reservoirs related to drinking water. So again, new eligible water and sewer projects under the final rule: culvert repair, resizing and removal, replacement of storm sewers, and additional types of stormwater infrastructure to provide access to safe drinking water by those served by wells, residential wells, dam and reservoir rehabilitation, if primary purpose is for drinking water supply, and a broad set of lead remediation projects. The last category is broadband infrastructure. It broadens, under the interim rule, counties were required to invest in households without reliable wireline. Final rule allows counties to invest in locations without reliable wireline 100 MBS or 20 MBS upload. Final rule also includes clarification on broadband projects. You have to identify an eligible area for investment. 2, design a project to meet high-speed technical standards. And 3, enrollment in a low-income subsidy program. And if you will recall from the original allocation from 2022, the board did set funding aside for broadband. Funds available under the revenue loss, which is the government services, that broad category, may be used to meet the non-federal cost share or matching requirement of other federal programs, for example, clean water and drinking water state revolving loans. But that, again, would be our projects, because that would be the government services area. Recovery funds beyond those under the revenue loss category cannot be used as a non-federal match or cost share requirement of other federal programs other than as specifically provided by statute. Certain broadband deployment and infrastructure and investments in Jobs Act requirements. Ineligible expenses, pension funds, funding debt service, we already talked about that. A net reduction in revenue, so you can't just give it back to taxpayers. Final rule maintains that there's a prohibition for using recovery funds to directly or indirectly offset reductions for net tax revenue. And that concludes the presentation, and I'll go back up to this part because I think this is a good overview. Okay, so these are the 6 broad categories. The board has already directed us to claim the entire allocation under the standard revenue loss allocation, which allows us to use that money for government services that would be provided by Douglas County. However, if we have an applicant that can qualify, for example, a water or sewer infrastructure, we could take that money from the government services and still fund it under the Water and Sewer Infrastructure Act. So what there isn't, there were some questions at the last well, the last time we met and talked about ARPA, about aiding special districts for road repair. Those aren't county roads. Those aren't our customers, they're theirs, so we can't just give them the money. So we've had a few applications where that has happened, and, you know, that's why we're asking for an extension today. If there's any questions on this part, I just wanted to go over kind of the barriers we set aside back in February, if that's okay.
Are you ready for questions then? Or are you going to, oh, you have more?
Yeah, I can do questions about that part now.
Commissioners, questions?
Okay. So these, the Government Finance Officers Association, when ARPA was released, did provide some guidance on best practices and guiding principles. They are temporary. With any grant funding, it's temporary. We don't want to create new programs or add-ons to existing programs. We shouldn't, we don't want to cover an operating deficit, because how would we cover it when ARPA's gone? Investment in critical infrastructure is a particularly well-suited use of ARPA funds because it is a non-recurring expenditure. So you want to keep that in mind when we're viewing these. Are we supporting an organization's operations, or are we giving them a one-time project? Local jurisdictions should be cognizant of state-level ARPA efforts. The state still has ARPA money that they have and have not allocated. So we don't want to duplicate something the state is already doing. Consider regional initiatives, including partnering with like the state or schools, transportation agencies. And we've had, this is from February of 2022. At that time, we had talked with the state treasurer's office, and they had suggested that the Infrastructure Act was coming, and to also be cognizant of that, and that's still coming through. The infrastructure funding is still coming through the state, and that's going to be helpful. Take time and careful consideration. Use other dedicated grants and programs first whenever possible. Save ARPA for priorities not eligible for other federal and state assistance programs. Example would be, if there's an infrastructure program that you think, or a water program that is already on the list for the drinking water fund, state revolving fund, save that for the infrastructure funding and keep ARPA for stuff that's not going to qualify anywhere else. Expenditures should be spread over the qualifying period. And again, we have until December 31st, 2024 to commit the funding, and December 31st, 2026 to actually spend it. And again, we are a direct recipient. We're subject to the Single Audit Act. So we have to be very careful with how we distribute the money and make sure that everything is qualified and that we are reporting back to our auditors as such. And that was the direction at that time, was to utilize the lost revenue allocation, the standard allocation. And there's more fun for some guidance. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, these aren't my rules. These are the Treasury's, but we have to be very careful so that we avoid audit findings.
Thank you much, Ms. Willoughby. I have a question. I want to go back to slide 661, I guess it is, the government services slide. Not that one, no. It was part of this last presentation. I'm showing 661 right after counties may use lost revenue, and then government services, common examples, but not limited to. Did we?
I didn't bring up the whole presentation, but I have it.
Okay.
I can probably answer it from the NACO presentation better, but what is the question?
Okay, well, anyways, under government services, it says common examples, but not limited to. We've recognized, this county has recognized that Muller Parkway is a critical pending infrastructure need for an extremely long period of time. And we're committed to do that. And not only are we committed to do that, but we're legally committed to do that by the Park Development Agreement no later than, I believe it is December of 2025, we're required to get that done. And so, in that project, as I'm identifying and looking at, and I think the other commissioners would agree with me, is that the longer we delay on that, even on a daily basis, the costs are exponentially increasing beyond what we had necessarily allocated and set aside in our general fund or in our capital improvement projects to tackle. So I guess my question is, while we may have a lot of community groups that and entities that might have very worthwhile projects, to me, Muller Parkway seems to be an item, a piece of infrastructure that would benefit our entire county, not just one particular group of people. And so my question is this $719,000 that we have available, could we perhaps
It says
potentially?
right here. So
What?
under the replacing lost revenue, this is from NACO. Common examples include but are not limited to construction of schools and hospitals, road building and maintenance and other infrastructure.
Are eligible, right?
Examples of eligible projects, yes.
Yes, okay. So we could do that. We
Yes.
could do that
Parts
as a
of it.
board.
Muller is a very complicated piece, and the parts that are not eligible are settlement agreements, and we would have to work with our auditors on whether the two pieces that are related to development agreements are
Okay.
eligible. And I would
Okay.
probably
Because
say-
I'm personally inclined to
But
look
the
at
county's-
allocation,
yeah,
to
the
keep it
county's
in-house and look
construction
at,
project would be eligible.
yeah.
And at this time, we're not asked, I don't think that's not agendized as far as we're not deciding any projects, so.
I understand. I
Yeah.
was trying to identify whether or not it was even eligible.
Yep.
Okay,
it's right
so, okay, thank you. Whether or not we do that, that's not what we're deciding today, but whether or not we take a look at it down the road as a potential, that's something that we need to consider as commissioners, certainly. Commissioner, you had your light on.
Yeah, I mean, I had a follow-up that's related to that, but I'm not sure it's closely enough related to the agenda item. But I'll ask it, and then we'll see. It also says in those materials that you don't want to use money for roads that you could get from infrastructure bill. And I'm completely ignorant about, is there an infrastructure bill, and what might the timing look like for that?
So there is infrastructure bill money coming. We did apply for a grant from Muller last year, which we were not awarded that money. So, and I think the timing, and you also have, there's other considerations with doing a federally funded project, is you have to have a NEPA, an environmental assessment, which has not been done on that project.
So our time for getting possible federal money is running out with Mueller because
Of the time commitments.
of the timing of it.
Mhm.
So is that window closed?
No, there's never a window closed.
There's what?
It's not a window closed, it's a decision point.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Nosad? Any? Commissioner Rice? No. Okay. Okay, so this is for possible action. So if we don't have any other questions by the commission, we'll go to public comment on this.
Jason Gibson, Peace Through Culture Foundation. It's absolutely staggering that we don't have more dialogue amongst our board members regarding these monies. It's called the American Rescue Plan Act Fund. To American rescue folks, it means recovering from an epidemic that was planned, that's a reoccurring theme, that's tied into a world war, and something that's coming right to your door. And the last thing they can think about is building a new road and a new jail, more facilities, more utilities. These are American Rescue Plan Act funds to help us restructure our government, to inspire people to get involved in the art of governance. Use this money within the norms and procedures in the 22 committees, please, to get these people to think for themselves about how they want their government to run. Let them get into this presentation and start really thinking, well, can we do it this way? Can we do it that way? Right now, we've got one chief financial officer. She's responsible probably for flagging all the inquiries. There could be a person that's allocated to this part-time or full-time, just dialoguing with the public about how it could go. And just the exploration of the possibilities as to how it could go is going to bring about so many other solutions and so much more creative input that input's more valuable than the $719,000. So if we were to do something like that and spur communication and cooperation and say, hey, you people in Douglas County, you got an opportunity here to really get involved in your future and get involved in helping your government to run smooth. You want to complain about things? Well, get involved. You know, don't complain if you're not involved, kind of thing. Small business revolution for a new time economy. There's so many ways you can go about this, but to take that chunk of change and say, well, we need a new road, or we need a new building, or we need to expand on utilities and waterways and all of this. This is for preparing the people for the most unprecedented transformation in the history of civilization. That's what this money is for.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Hello, Commissioners. I'm David Cola. I'm the treasurer of TREGID. We need your help. We've applied for FEMA funds. We've applied for ARPA funds. And all of it comes under water and storm sewer infrastructure. During the spring when we had the flooding, TRE experienced over $7 million in damage, more than any place else in Douglas County. Originally, we thought it was about 4.7, and our engineer went back. He hadn't reviewed several areas and went up over, I think, $7.2 or $7.3 million in damage. We've applied for FEMA funds to help correct our infrastructure. And to get that, we have to come up with 25% of the cost. Well, that comes up to over $1.75 million. There's no way TRE can ever come up with anywhere close to that money. We need your help on this project or any project in TRE. Past BOC allowed TRE to be constructed under substandard practices. Well, this is your chance to correct that. We're asking the board's help to correct problems from previous boards. Redirect funds that you've had previously allocated to another project that would fall under the ARPA, that would be qualified under the ARPA funds, and take those monies and help TRE. Thank you very much, and we hope for your help.
Additional public comment?
Hello, Commissioners. Mike Tanner. I'm a trustee for Topaz Ranch GID, and just wanted to say 6 months into being a trustee, my hat's off. I understand all the ebbs and tides of what you people all go through, and getting a pretty good taste of it myself. And to follow up on what Dave said, we do need some help. You know, it's kind of a little bit of a war zone around there. And, you know, anything, I mean, even help with understanding how this all works. And I really appreciate this presentation today. It was great, and it helped us understand better what's going on. But all I can say is please keep us in mind. Please consider us, because we're really in a little bit of trouble. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Linda Foster. I live in South County. I would just like to say, if there's some money available to help South County, it's pretty much been given short shrift many times, where there's business needs elsewhere. We don't have a lot of business, but we do pay our property taxes, and if there's some money available to help us, I sure would like to see it go that way. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Taylor. I'm the chairman of the Topaz Ranch Estates General Improvement District. First off, I want to thank the members that have been out there, been to our meetings. I appreciate that. Seeing you guys at our meetings helps the community understand that you guys do care about South Douglas County. I also want to thank you for the consent calendar. You did have an item on there that saved us about, I believe, $2,600, if I'm correct. That was some money that we needed an emergency fix, and we didn't have the equipment, we didn't have the money, and Douglas County did step up, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being there for us on that. Now, this ARPA funding, I'm not sure in the explanations, our roads, Douglas County roads, you know, there's this line, and I'm not sure where it is exactly, but we do need the help as far as that stuff goes. Our roads will deteriorate. We don't have money for them. Unfortunately, we receive about $160,000 a year in tax revenue. We have 27 miles of roads. That's a lot to get done. Even fixing potholes is almost impossible with that amount of money. Again, I don't think we're eligible for this funding, but if there is some way to help us out with that FEMA funding and the fact that we do have to come up with 25% match, we do have some that we've been working on from matches from people that helped. When that flooding came, the community came together huge. I saw so many people out there with shovels, pumps, equipment, trying to help us save the roads, trying to help us save homes. I watched water flow through homes. I've got videos of it flowing through people's places. We weren't the only place hit, but we were probably the worst in Douglas County. That's a fact. Now they've separated the FEMA funding from Douglas County, and we're on our own kind of separately through that. But that $1.75 million, we're going to be very taxed trying to come up with that. We're already on our road department sitting in a deficit, or I mean our water department, we are in a deficit, there's no question about that. Our roads are what we really need assistance on. The water, we can raise prices, we can do that type of stuff. We would rather not. I heard somebody in here talk about raising prices annually. We haven't done that, we don't want to start that. So any help from the county, we would appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I appreciate the people that have been out there. I appreciate the people that show South Douglas County a little love. So thank you guys, I appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and we appreciate what you do down there as well in that board. So, Ms. Willoughby, we're not done with public comment, so.
I just wanted to respond to that comment, to the comment from that last gentleman, if I could.
Go ahead, sure.
So match requirements for FEMA are not necessarily limited to cash. If you've tracked all your volunteer hours, as we are for the county, that counts towards your match. You may have a huge chunk of time that could also, so it would bring that cash balance, that cash contribution down. Donations, all that counts towards the match.
Thank you for that clarification. Additional public comment?
Donna Tanner for the record. Again, thank you guys for listening and hearing our stories of woe. I have a question for you, Terry. You talked about partnerships, and you said that.
So, Ms. Tanner, I'm sorry, but you need to direct your comments to us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then
So there was
if there's feelings of, we feel like we need to get clarification from staff, then we will ask those subsequent to the public comment. Thank you.
There was a slide there about partnerships, and that they encourage partnerships and/or other funding. And so my question was on what partnerships they were suggesting. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yep, okay. Additional public comment? If there's no additional public comment, we will bring it back to the board. So now we'll ask that question.
The partnerships, and let me bring it up. It refers to other ARPA recipients. So perhaps partnering with the state or with other, say, Carson, Lyon, and Douglas all wanted to go together and pool their ARPA money. Those were the kind of initiatives they're talking as far as partnering.
Okay, so I guess my question that leads to, and I hope that also this helps Ms. Tanner, is that when it says local jurisdictions should be cognizant of state-level ARPA efforts, okay? So local jurisdictions can include, although the county has received 9.4 million, this local jurisdictions could include GIDs, General Improvement Districts, no?
No, unless they have an eligible infrastructure project. That's the way, because the government services applies only to our government services, doesn't apply to services provided by another separate legal entity. Other local jurisdictions, that would be us being cognizant of state-level ARPA efforts. So we don't want to duplicate what the state's already doing.
Okay.
We're the
so,
local jurisdiction.
Okay, I think that's an important clarification, right, Ms. Tanner? Is that in other words, if there's something that's going on from the state level, we should not, as a local jurisdiction that received ARPA funds,
Do the same
you
thing.
can't double dip, basically,
Right.
right? That's
Correct.
basically
And
what it
you
mean.
don't want to
Okay.
let them spend
Good
their
question, and I appreciate you bringing that forward, because that's important for us to understand. Okay. So that, does that mean that GIDs cannot apply for state ARPA funds?
That would be a question for the state.
Okay, sure, fair enough. Okay.
Chairman, what's our motion on this if it was mostly just a presentation?
It's for action, okay? It is an action item. And where we're going on this is whether or not we want to. We've already had one deadline. We've passed that deadline, and the action that our chief financial officer is asking us is, do we want to extend our deadline to August 4th and reopen it for more people to apply, or are we going to stay with what we have? Am I phrasing that
That's correct. There's been so much confusion about who's eligible and what was eligible So we are asking for a little more time so people could watch this. I will put the NACO presentation on our finance webpage and make sure that that's available.
Yay, thank you.
Your recommendation is extend the time.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend the time to August 4th. Is that right?
That's what's in this motion, yes. Commissioner, do I have a second? Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to basically extend the ARPA consideration funder request through August 4th of 2023. Are there any questions or comments in that regard? Commissioner Hales?
If we extend it to August 4th and open it, that implies that we're going to award this money out. And my thinking is similar to yours in that we might need this money. We really have to make sure we get Mueller done. And it's mostly funded, but not all funded. And it is perfectly suited for building roads. So I'm just hesitant because if we send to the public the message that we're going to disperse this money to worthy causes amongst all those who apply by August 4th, then a lot of nonprofits and lots of folks are going to be preparing applications and spending time doing something that we can, if we don't have intentions of spending the money that way, we hate to make them waste their time and get hopes up. So I don't know to what extent we can discuss that. I mean, to me, there's some wisdom in just hitting the pause button because we have until December 2025 to 24 to allocate the money, and then December 2025 to spend the money.
Well, they consider being under contract, so you would have to have an agreement with an.
Okay,
or
so we
purchase
have a
order,
year
yeah.
and a half to be in contract to obligate the funds.
Correct.
So, did I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so we have a little bit of time. It doesn't take a year and a half to enter a contract. And I think if we hit pause button for 3 or 4 months, we could perhaps get some more information about how are we on our responsibility to build Mueller and take care of the top county priorities first. And then we could see, there might even be more ARPA money, right, available? Is that right? Or
It's possible. I mean, there's, the broadband money is still, it's not all committed yet. So, I mean, yes, there could be more.
a little bit more. So I'm wondering if we hit pause for 3 or 4 months and then take this up again, maybe? Just my thought.
Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion on the table, so we're discussing that motion right now. So do you have comments in regards to the motion of extending the deadline to August 4th?
Excuse me, I am not in the mood to extend the time. I think we have plenty of time as it is.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to extend the deadline to August 4th, presented by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, and we'll go ahead and vote on that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And I'm a nay, so we're not going to extend the deadline. And so that leaves $719,000 in the ARPA funds that's available. And this board will have to make a decision later on how we want to allocate those funds. Is that correct? I think that's where we are, right?
Can I have a date when you would like me to come back?
Well, as Commissioner Hales has indicated, we may have, as these other projects play out, And that's the reason we have this 719,000 and previously about 899,000, is because we've had some projects that have come in under budget. Is that right? So we haven't had to expend those funds.
Terry Willoughby for the record. There's a variety of reasons why funds became available. The board had identified funding for the match for other grants, and those grants did not allow the ARPA funds to be used as grants, and some things just didn't come to fruition.
Okay. So basically, we're chasing federal funds with federal funds, almost.
And it is allowed in some cases, but and not in others.
Yeah, okay. So, I don't know, what's the general consensus here?
I'd like our county manager to weigh in on this.
What's that?
I'd like county manager
County manager, yeah.
to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. This is, I can't help but wonder if if the strategic planning cycle that we're about to discuss in the next agenda item won't help us to get some clarity around how we might utilize these funds. And so I'm waiting for,
Mr. Gibson, please, hold your comments. Thank you. Hold your comments. Hold your comments, please.
9 million, you gotta be flushed down.
Hold your comments or exit the room, please, okay? She's speaking right now. That's her comments. Thank you.
certainly the strategic planning cycle, in order to do it correctly, is going to take some time. So I could understand if the board didn't want to wait, but I certainly expect that some capital improvement projects and other priorities that the county may have are going to rise to the top as part of those discussions. So I am reluctant to give a timeline until we have the next conversation. That's a non-answer. I apologize. It may not be helpful, but I think the strategic plan discussion may shed some light on this.
That's the right answer. There you go.
If I could,
Okay, so I don't know if that gives you any help.
my recommendation is for it to direct me to at least bring a reporting back in December of where projects stand, because that will leave only a year to commit. That a year seems like a long time, but in the world of contracting and bidding, it's not. So I think that would be a good time if the board is amenable
Did
to
you
that.
say December with a D?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I would expect that we will be done with strategic planning by December. So I would make a motion that we take this matter up again in December with a report on where we're at and a possible invitation to, a report and action on what to do with the funds.
And do I have a second on that? What I would recommend or ask, you included, no later than? Okay, no later than December. Okay, our second meeting in December.
Or as soon as the strategic plan is complete.
Okay, yeah.
Can we make that part of the motion?
Well, I don't know that we need to include the strategic plan because we're saying no later than December. Right? So, okay, so there's a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to have our CFO come back to us no later than the second meeting in December with a report, right? And possible allocation of funds.
That's correct.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so any further discussion on that idea? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No? Okay, 4-1. Okay, very good.
Can I add one further thing? Can I add one further thought on this?
Sure.
I've heard what you've said, and I'm aware, and it's concerning, and it's not off the radar. It's just not appropriate for right now.
You know, I'm high and dry, I'm okay, but there's so many of our people out there that are gonna have water running through their homes again and ruining the stuff they've been working all year to fix, you know? It's just bad, we can do better.
So I would, I think our board to a commissioner understands the plight of Topaz Ranch Estates, especially when it comes to the damage that was done in the March storm and then subsequent rainstorms. We're not blind to that. I'm certainly not blind to that. I drive those roads on a daily basis, back and forth twice. Some residents down there don't understand that, but I live on the same road as the Tanners, and the same, or basically have to travel out of the community, same roads as the Tanners and the Colas. Trust me, I could have my car realigned almost weekly in that regard. I'm not blind to that. It's a question of once again, chasing federal funds with federal funds, whether or not, and we can't do that. So basically, how do we go about helping TRE through the FEMA process? And I know that's a whole nother discussion that's not related necessarily to this particular item. But I think the board recognizes a need to work with the GID down there to see what we can do to help accommodate getting those repairs done down there to the benefit of all the residents down there and to the county for that matter. Okay, so trust me, it's something that we wrestle with on a daily basis, if not a nightly basis. So it's just a difficult conundrum to be in, and there's no simple solution, unfortunately. So yeah. So okay. Anyways, item number 6, we'll go to item number 7 then. Once again, thank you for in that regard. Item number 7 is for a possible action discussion regarding the process to update the Douglas County Strategic Plan. Discussion may include a review of the strategic planning elements of Douglas County's 2027 through 2022 strategic plan being presented by our county manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I apologize. My presentation has disappeared. I think Terry may have closed it when she stepped away. May I have a 5-minute break to pull this presentation up?
We haven't had a break since we returned from lunch, and we may need to. So let's take a 5-minute, you said?
Yes,
5-minute
please.
break.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order and go into item number 7 on our agenda for possible action. Discussion regarding the process to update the Douglas County Strategic Plan. Discussion may include a review of the strategic planning elements of Douglas County's 2017-2022 strategic plan, being once again presented by our County Manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This item has been placed on the agenda to receive some direction from the board regarding our process to update the Douglas County Strategic Plan. Douglas County has been formally strategic planning since 2008, and strategic planning has existed as a concept for top-performing organizations, both in the private sector and local government, for at least since that time. Our most recent strategic plan was adopted in 2017 and has recently expired in 2022. Strategic planning is a call to action, and I'm going to be using some words that are intended to invoke and inspire action on behalf of the part of the Commission and on the part of the public, which we hope will engage in us in a conversation about our collective vision for the future of our community. I did borrow some imagery here. We will do a full information campaign. I'm just giving you a preview of some things. The imagery that really inspired me as I was thinking about our strategic plan was that of a Pony Express rider galloping up the mountain. So you're going to see that in a few moments. As you're aware, the Douglas County flag has the Pony Express rider in front of our mountain. So picture that as we climb that mountain to achieve the wonderful objectives that this board will set for our community as part of that interactive process as we engage in these conversations. All right, so what is a strategic plan? Strategic planning is a way of aligning the decision-making and actions of the organization with the long-term mission, vision, and priorities. A strategic plan is a comprehensive view focused on the long-term big picture. It's a way of thinking, acting, and learning. It's intended to clarify issues and challenges that are facing an organization and a community, and it helps the organization develop strategies to address those challenges. It's proactive in response to change over time. It's intended to be flexible and adaptive based on the evolving needs of a community. It's a guide for operational planning and, most importantly, for budgeting and resource allocation so that we can make sure that we're allocating those resources where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck to achieve the objectives of this organization. A strategic plan is not short-sighted or focused on the day-to-day operations. It's not reactive in response to a crisis or inflexible with a strict set of rules or steps to follow. It is not yet another plan that Douglas County is going to have sitting on the shelf. It is intended to be a roadmap for our future. All right, so in this presentation, I'm going to talk to you about the proposed timeline to update our strategic plan, an overview of the proposed process, and answer any questions and receive some direction from you today. So how do you put together a strategic plan? There's a lot of research on strategic planning. My favorite research is done by Bryson and Alston. I studied them as part of my master's degree. Melissa Elgis, our office chief of staff, also happened to have their textbook most recently, and I found this visual from their text that I thought could be very helpful in guiding our discussion on how best to proceed with the process today. Phase 1 of strategic planning is a whole lot of environmental analysis and collecting the context for our decision. It's data-driven. It's intended to help you have the context before you're making decisions regarding what should be the strategic objectives of this organization. Phase 2 includes a review of our values, mission, and vision statements, and then also outreach to our stakeholder groups to get an indication of what the community and stakeholders, both internal and external to this organization, feel should be the strategic issues that need to be addressed. In phase 3, we put together those strategic issues into our objectives or the strategies that are contained within the plan. We set forth the actions that we're going to take to achieve those objectives, and then we set our budget. The final phase, phase 4, is intended to be ongoing, where we take that strategic plan, we implement it, we monitor our progress, and we continually evaluate the need to update the strategic plan over time. All right, so phase 1, getting a little bit more in depth. We anticipate that phase 1 is going to take about 60 days for us to accomplish. Could be a little bit longer depending on some feedback that we receive from the board today. In phase 1, we are really going to spend that time analyzing our environment. Data matters in phase 1. High-quality decision-making relies on obtaining an analysis of the existing state of the county, the existing financial state, and all of the various planning documents and objectives that we have set for ourselves to date. So we're going to review the risk assessment for this organization conducted by Moss Adams, and what they indicated should be some recommendations and things that we need to address for this organization, as well as the master plan, the Valley Vision Plan, the economic vitality plan, some space needs assessments, programming assessments, and various other planning documents that we have accumulated over time. Those documents that I referenced that are sitting on that shelf collecting dust. Now's the time to bust those out, dust them off, and see what should be incorporated into our strategic plan and what should be a high priority for this organization moving forward. Then we're going to move into assessing the project and customer needs. I borrowed this particular comment from a conversation I had with Commissioner Noah Sad. How are we supposed to know what objectives we have for an organization if we do not first understand the needs of our customers? And in this case, it would be the needs of the stakeholders, both in this organization and in the community. Let's talk about them some more on the next phase. This is a carryover of phase 1 and 2, which is internal stakeholder engagement. To make the best quality decisions, critical internal and external, we'll talk about external on the next slide, stakeholders in this organization should be identified and actively engaged to provide input throughout the strategic planning process. We will start with a workshop with the board and department heads to identify strategic objectives and organizational needs. This will bring staff together with the board in one room that will include department heads and elected officials to really brainstorm and discuss what we think are the challenges that this organization is facing. Yes, I said that correctly. And where we think we should be headed. We'll also conduct a series of internal focus groups, which is intended to really drill down into those challenges and to understand what really needs to be accomplished in moving that ball forward. In addition, I mentioned in the beginning that we should also conduct a review of our mission, vision, and value statements for this organization during this time period. And this first internal stakeholder conversation group, this is an opportunity for us to discuss how are those things working for us, and should we be adding to them or modifying them in any way. And finally, we will collectively as a group identify and analyze the strategic issues that this internal group has determined should be priorities. Next, in concurrent with the work that we're doing with internal stakeholder groups, we want to look at external stakeholder engagement. Again, to make the best quality decisions, we need to have the right people at the table and engaged in the conversation. And certainly the public has a huge part in giving us feedback that we need to make good decisions. We intend to obtain the feedback from the public through a public survey and to host 2 public workshops where we invite the public to come in and engage with us in an interactive setting with both staff and elected officials on what their big ideas for the future of this community and this organization are. We will also conduct external focus groups, targeted groups where we need some additional information, groups such as nonprofit groups, business groups, top employers in Douglas County. You name it, if you want to engage in a conversation with them, now's the time to do it as part of the strategic planning process. We just need to hear that direction from you. In addition, as staffing permits, we intend to attend community events and to gather additional feedback. Picture us at a concert in the park, farmers markets, where we ask members of the public who are passing a booth to engage in a conversation with staff and to give us their big ideas and to let us know where we think we should head for the future of this organization. Again, collectively, with the external group, we are going to identify strategic objectives and the organizational needs moving forward. For that phase, we're going to move on to phases 2 and 3, where we do the work of developing the plan. In the plan, we want to make sure that we identify those top strategic issues and develop goals and objectives related to the same. We're going to write those action plans that I mentioned, and then we're also going to identify the resources we need to accomplish those objectives over time. We should be as specific as we possibly can. I'm sure you have all heard of SMART goals. We want it to be specific, measurable. I can't remember the rest of the SMART acronym, but you understand the point. We want to make sure that not only are we writing objectives that are achievable, but we can measure and monitor our progress on those and continue to collect data moving forward so that we can make adjustments as need be. And finally, in our stages 3 and 4, we're going to move into adoption and implementation of the plan. And I really genuinely mean this when I say we're going to walk the talk, be the plan, and leave our legacy for this community and for this organization. So we're going to build the budget, prioritize our strategic priorities within that budget, and evaluate our decisions and actions for consistency with the plan. Organizations that do this well, every single time an action is brought before this Board of County Commissioners, staff should include in the backup information how this relates back to and ties to our strategic plan and whether or not it's consistent with the strategic direction that this board has given. Finally, again, we're going to ongoingly, that's not a word, we're going to conduct ongoing assessments on a regular interval to make sure that we're meeting these objectives and making those adjustments as we need. All right, here's some more imagery for you. So this is that timeline I mentioned. We're doing the kickoff conversation. We're planning the plan now. July through August, we're going to be conducting phases 1 and 2, where we talk about analyzing the environment and conducting some of those initial internal stakeholder conversations. That would be July through August. Also overlapping with that, in August through September, we're going to launch that external stakeholder engagement conversations. Once we're done with that and we've gathered all of our information, we're going to compile it into a report for the commission and identify some potential strategic issues that we're hearing as themes reoccurring from the feedback that we got as part of that engagement process. That would be in September, where we report back to the commission. In October, we will do the hard work of actually writing the plan, incorporating that data, and writing the actionables. November, I recommend we publish this plan for 30 days, and we give an additional time for the public and the commission think through and make sure that this plan has all the elements it needs to be a successful plan for our organization. And then finally, hopefully by December, phase 4, we will adopt and implement our strategic plan. That was a lot. I hope I conveyed a ton of energy because we've got a lot to do. Please let me know if you have any questions or some feedback for me regarding the proposed process.
Commissioners? Commissioner Rice, anything you wish to ask? Trying to mix it up a little bit today.
Okay. Boy, are we going to be busy. I'm very impressed. Excuse me. I think that a lot of people have no idea what we do or why we do it. And I think that this will open the door a little bit. Well, maybe a window. It may not be a door that people can walk into, but I think it's about time that the community understand what we are, who we are, and why we exist. And I think that this will help do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Nosat, anything you wanted to add? Commissioner Tarkanian?
Just thought your enthusiasm was contagious.
Commissioner Hales?
Great.
Well, that was quick. Okay. Yes, I concur. There's a certain, as a matter of fact, I think there's a lot of people in our community that fail to understand the role of the commission and the many responsibilities we have, other than just meeting 2 days a month. And exactly what, we don't just decide every 2 weeks on what's before us. There's a lot that goes into that, and we have a lot greater responsibilities than just those 2 days a month. Once again, I indicated to you, certainly in the interviewing process, and then since then, is that I see the county manager as basically the pilot of a plane, and the commission being passengers. While we try to determine what our destination is supposed to be, then we leave it to the county staff and the county manager to get us there and navigate that process and put the proper pieces in place. This will go a long ways towards helping us and the community determine what our long-range goal is and where we want to go as a community. And it's important to have both our input and the stakeholders, the community members weighing in on that. So I look forward to this process, and I certainly wholeheartedly endorse it. So I'm looking for us to get this kicked off. So, yes, at this time, then, lacking further comments from the board, we'll go to public comment.
Jason Gibson, Foundation for the Law of Time, World 13 Moon Calendar Change Peace Initiative. Having hair day today because we thought we were really under the gun with the deadline of these ARPA funds. I tell you what, working overtime, trying to squeeze our big vision into the tiny box. So what a relief that we would put the brakes on for just a spell, and totally a mind blower that you guys would push another $700 and some odd thousand without a strategic plan, having already spent $9 million. Most of which went to law enforcement and communications and technology and everything but American rescue. And sir, for being somebody who's so poignant about staying on topic, it's called American Rescue Plan Act for a reason. You don't spend it without a plan. Now we have an opportunity to create a plan. So that's great presentation. But if you're still locked into a 12-month fiction, and you can't even keep a 28-day 13-moon calendar, you're just recreating the same problem that we're sitting. You can't fix any of these issues on the same level of the problem that created them, which is the way we think. You know, are we thinking collectively? Do we have a unified? Now we got, okay, so we got to start here. It's great. We got a little breathing room by which we can begin to engage the public and say, hey, now's the time. You guys want to be involved in something progressive? You want to have you want to have a say in the future of your county? You know, and likewise, you know, they don't know who you are. You don't have a profile on our website. Nobody does any Facebooking in government. It's too transparent. It's free. It's efficient. So don't wait for Jennifer to be the spearhead of the manager of the campaign. Get it going online. Groups, pages, you know, spur the input, the dialogue with the communications and the situations.
Additional public comment?
James McCallum for the record. As Vice Chairman of the Ranchos GID, I would look forward to having input on this. I don't know how much coffee Jennifer drinks and whatever that brand is. I'd like some. But I'm looking forward to her energy and her dedication and having some input in this. I think this is great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Lyle. I spoke to you earlier as a quilter, a member of a organization locally and a resident. I'm going to speak to you a little bit about, in my context as a former city planner, city manager, assistant city manager, and author of several strategic plans. This is a huge amount of work, and I am so excited with Ms. Davidson's enthusiasm for it because she's going to need it to get through this in 6 months. I had the opportunity to review the county's strategic plan when I put together the application for the community grant. And what struck me at the time was how little the concept of community was included in that plan. There's a lot in that plan about infrastructure. There's a lot in that plan about capital improvements, public safety, which is all critically important. But I think one of the things that, and I have personally made this mistake, that we overlook in looking at these strategic plans is why is it critically important? It's critically important because we want to create the community that we all want to live in. We want to create this vibrant community that supports everybody that's in it. So I think to circle back in one of these steps somewhere, to come back to it and say, why is this such a critically important component of this strategic plan, and why is this strategy going to fulfill it, is going to be just one extra step that will really pay off in the long run. I also think that you know, our community grant was looking for a small amount of money to support a community project. There's only one place in that plan that I saw anything about community vibrancy or creating community or partnering with nonprofits or anything that helps you leverage your efforts into creating this community that we all want to be in. I think it's important to try to keep that in mind when you're drafting these vision statements and mission statements and strategies, that we're here to create this community, and these are the strategic ways that we're going to do that. So thank you for taking this on. I think it's a tremendous amount of work. I hope she's got a great staff to support her because this is going to be a big effort. But I certainly will be engaged in it and fill out my survey and all that good stuff. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, sensing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or observations that you wish to add to your previous ones, commissioners?
This is just exactly what I was hoping for, and I'm excited and think it looks realistic, but will take a lot of, you know, as has been said. But then we know what the work is. We know that we're doing the most important work because we've taken the time to figure that out. So I'm very excited and encouraged. Thank you.
Okay.
I move that we approve the strategic plan process as presented.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the process of updating the Douglas County Strategic Plan as presented by our County Manager, Jennifer Davidson. Further discussion? Commissioner Rice?
Yes, sir. As part of the motion, I didn't hear anything about allocating $35,000.
Oh.
I think didn't we already allocate that in the?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of the budget process, we did identify $35,000 worth of funds for this purpose. I was intending to hear any feedback on whether or not the board disagreed with that allocation. Certainly, I will tell you that price tag for this kind of a project is a little light. So expect when I come back, we may need to look at needing to add some additional funding to that. But right now, I think it's sufficient with just the 35 that has been budgeted.
Yeah, it was approved in the budget.
Thank you. Do you need an amendment?
I think since it's already budgeted, that we can move forward with that, but come back to us if you need more.
Yeah. Okay, very good. So sensing we've answered the questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your presentation. Two more items and then closing public comment. So item number 8, for possible action, discussion to approve a request to host a Douglas County Constituent Appreciation Event. Discussion may include setting a budget for the event and providing direction to staff regarding what resources should be dedicated to hosting the event, including but not limited to county facilities and staff time, as well as the types of activities the event should include. It's being presented by Commissioner Tarkanian.
So I think it's important for the commissioners and actually the county staff and their department heads, maybe even more so, to be out in the community and meet the constituents in an informal basis with your hair down and with your coffee, Jennifer, and everybody getting a chance to see you outside of the official business. And this happens all the time in other jurisdictions, at least the bigger ones. They allocate funds for each county commissioner and or city council person to spend annually on different events. I think it's important. So I talked with Jennifer, Ms. Davidson, after she was appointed county manager, and said, hey, is there a way we can get some of the county staff more involved and other county commissioners more involved? Because it should be more than just one commissioner if we're going to have it available. So anyway, she suggested we have this event. So basically, the way the event would work, you just pick out a date. I would think it has to be sometime near when it's still hot enough so the kids can enjoy the water sports that we had outside. We provide a free barbecue and meal for them, and the constituents come and can talk to the different commissioners and county staff. Their cost is, last year I covered all of it, and it isn't that expensive when you can get people to volunteer either their time, which we have county staff and some of the commissioners involved, you don't even need many volunteers, but you probably get enough people that would donate the food and drinks. So you're just paying for basically some of the slides or water sports that you have for some of the families. And I thought that went over really big. So I don't think the cost is very much. We had one person who sent in an email about this, and she said she didn't agree with it because it was only glad handling for the commissioners, and I disagree completely. This isn't something the commissioners get a big benefit out of themselves, unless maybe they're running for re-election. It's more where the commissioners get to meet the constituents and vice versa, and they get to know each other. I thought it went very well last time. I did agree with her, though, that for us to have our first event and ask the taxpayers to pay for it, it probably wouldn't be most prudent. There'd be a pushback on it. This event shouldn't cost more than $1,000. If each commissioner wanted to put in $200, you can get it covered by that, and anything over $1,000 I would cover. I come to that conclusion based upon I think we can get people to donate the food and drinks. I did last event anyways. I had about 250, 300 people there last year. I think with more commissioners involved and the county staff involved, we'd have 500 to 700 people, I would hope. I think that about covers it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners? Commissioner Nosak?
Yes, I think this dovetails with the strategic plan. Getting in touch with the public, and we can use that opportunity to find what they're thinking. So it'd be part of the input to the strategic plan. Not that the strategic plan should have to pay for it.
Commissioner Hales?
I like the idea of having an objective, a specific objective. I like the idea of being available to the public. I mean, we go to a lot of stuff, and we're just generally available. Our phone numbers and emails are on the website. I think we're pretty easy to find when someone wants to talk to us. In terms of an event, having a specific objective, such as the strategic plan, to me makes it worthwhile. So if we were to incorporate some of these ideas with the specific objective of having dialogue on the strategic plan, getting input. And you don't even have to call it a strategic plan because folks might not what do you want to see happen, right? So I can envision it in that way. But just a non-specific get-together makes me less interested in it. There is one other point that is not exactly like this, but I know other jurisdictions have thank you gatherings for the volunteers who serve on their appointed boards, and that could be a really nice thing. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. And maybe we'd want to consider, do we have maybe like an annual December holiday thank you for all the folks who serve on the boards?
So I concur with what Commissioner Noah said and Commissioner Hales are saying in regards to the, I think this dovetails extremely well with the strategic plan. We indicate here August, September, in what Ms. Davidson shared with us earlier is hosting 2 public workshops. I am extremely concerned about the optics in front of the public in the fact that we have 3 commissioner seats coming up for election next year. And I don't want the public to think that we're using this as an opportunity for us to get in front of our constituents. So I want to be very careful about that and very cognizant of that and try to prevent as much feedback as we'll get or pushback we'll get from the public in that regard of expending public funds in regards to hosting such an event. So I would be certainly more amenable to having, we have 6 elements of the strategic plan, and having something at the community center where we could have a little bit more formal process where we could have elements of our staff and individuals that are involved with those 6 elements available to obtain constituent input. If we wanted to expand it beyond that to include soft drinks and hot dogs or something of that nature to encourage attendance but I think that's where I would prefer to go if we're going to do this is at the community center with a definitive point in mind where we can call it Constituent Appreciation Day, strategic plan input, or whatever, however we want to phrase it. But that's kind of where I'm inclined to go with this. Mr. Rice.
Sir, excuse me. My voice isn't totally back yet, but at least I can get some of the words out. I was with the Round Hill GID for a good number of years, and every one of those years we had a public barbecue sponsored by the GID to give people a chance to be introduced to their members of the board and to bring us any comments, complaints, pats on the back, whatever they wanted to do. When I first heard of this, when I first read this on the agenda, I was not entirely in favor of it. However, on second and third thought, it's and especially with the strategic plan coming up, I think it's a good idea to let the public meet their commissioners, meet their staff, and be able to have input on what they want to see in the strategic plan. So that's my take.
Question. At the strategic plan presentation said 2 presentations, and in my mind, I don't know if that means 2 chronologically or 2 so geographically they could be, but it feels to me like there might be 3 geographic locations that would call for their own space, like Carson in the Valley here, South County, Tahoe, but I don't know.
I think we're getting off the agenda item. The agenda item is one event for a certain purpose, and now we're expanding to different ones. I just think we ought to take a vote and see what you guys want to do. Whatever it is fine with me.
Well, we have public comment, so We need to go to public comment, and then we can bring it back for further discussion by us, right? So we'll go to public comment.
Good thinking. Progressive. I like the sound of it. From the perspective of the Planet Art Network, we have a day out of time every year where people get to unwind from the treadmill. Time is money. As far as constituent appreciation event, you know, it's time that Jim Slade, Ellen Waller, and some of these folks get the recognition they deserve, and something out of the ordinary that we should do for that kind of dedication. Tying it into the strategic plan, that's a great idea. Tying it into the Calendar Change Peace Initiative, which is the most important thing. If we don't have peace, if we don't have a plan for peace and declare peace now and embody that and be that way, then nothing that we're doing matters. So that's great, thinking outside of the box, you know, having not just a single day event, but use the community center in Lampe Park and start it on Thursday. Then the small group meetings on Friday come together. It's a dialogue about whatever was said on the day before, and have a chance to break it down into little focus groups or earth families. And the earth families bring ideas back on Saturday to add to the planning process. It can be an artistic social experiment. It can be tied into the dynamics of time and consciousness, where we're embodying a facet of culture in the process of painting the path forward. That's what Carson did. That's what Mayor Lori Blackwell and her crew did, is they painted the path to the future. And the theme was art. And so, like, catalyzing through art and making it fun and making it, and hey, you know what? We got elections coming up. Great, let it rip. You know, get your freak on. Push your perspective, whatever it may be, but don't just skim at the idea of $1,000. Throw some money at it. You're throwing hundreds of thousands at everything else. Blow it out. Make it big. Incorporate the banner of peace. Fly the banner of peace and say, hey, not only are we making a plan and planning our work, but we're declaring that Douglas County is declaring peace, and we're sending a wellness gesture or some kind of goodwill to our kin in Europe who are engaged in a brutal warfare because of our economy. And we don't buy into it anymore. So anyhow, the day out of time, peace through culture, it's got a ring to it. I kind of like where you're going with that. Congratulations. You're on the board.
James McCallum for the record. When I first read this, it sounded like fun, but also sounded like, you know, we do have a lot of events in Douglas County. But when you take with item 7, and I see a potential to really kick off one thing with the other. So really kick off the strategic plan by having an event and getting a lot of input, having a lot of staff and the commissioners there. Whether it was done as an event at the community center or done somewhere else, I kind of like the idea of the community center for an event like this. I think it's a good way to kick off the strategic plan. It's a good way to build interest in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. What are your thoughts, ideas? Anyways, and I guess I like the idea of doing this with teaming up with the strategic plan. I think it's important that we have a controlled environment, if you know what I mean by that, so that non-authorized events or booths or things of that nature might crop up, okay, because this is a community event. Okay, so follow that logic. I'm trying to be very politically correct here.
I think it's a matter of how you present it to the public in advance. This is not going to be a Yahoo good time. We are going to try to do something positive that we can walk away with. And anyway,
Perhaps I'm
That's
not
my
doing a good
view.
job of explaining myself. Commissioner Hales, you had question mark in your face, or no? Okay.
I guess we really need to ask Commissioner Tarkanian if, I'd like to know what you think of this idea of making it a strategic plan kickoff.
I think it's a great idea. I think you should have one like that. If you're going to, you should have in the community center. It's not what I envisioned for this event, but you guys could have that, or we'll have the strategic plan, and I'll have my barbecue. I think that works, solves everybody's issues.
Then since that's the case, I don't know that we need any action because we approved your strategic plan presentation, which included 2 events. I don't know, do we need action?
I think Mr. Tarkanian would like to have a vote on his agenda item.
No, I'm fine. We withdraw the motion, the deal.
Okay, then I think I have sufficient direction, and I think it's within the scope of the prior item. So if there isn't an appetite to do something outside of the strategic plan, then I don't know that any further action is needed. Is that, okay.
well, I think each of these actions is an opportunity to page the public and say, okay, what do you want to do now? Or how do you want to go about doing it? But they go hand in hand as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. So in that case, no action is required on possible action, so we won't take any action, but I think our county manager has a sense of direction of what we'd like to accomplish, right? So, okay. Then we can go to item number 9, and for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Rather than, we're going to start at this end and go that way, rather than start with you always, Commissioner Hales. So, Commissioner Rice?
I want to say thank goodness for Zoom. Since my accident, I have been able to attend almost every meeting from my home. And I want to thank those that did fill in for me, starting with the county manager and specifically Charla and our chairman have been very helpful in me staying engaged during this period. So I want to thank them. My TRPA meetings, my RTC meetings, my Water Association, all of those meetings. I couldn't have done it without your help and without the assistance of Zoom. So Zoom away, y'all. Anyway, thank you all.
Commissioner Nosat, anything to add?
The only meeting I attended was RTC. We had one item to take care of, and we had a packet that thick. We did it in, 20 minutes? It was fun. It's fun being on RTC.
Commissioner Tarkanian? No,
Yes, I have some things. First, I want to say it's delightful to have you back. I feel complete again, and appreciate your diligence even when you were should be focusing on recuperating. You were diligent in your responsibilities, and I want to take a moment and thank your wife because she's been phenomenal in supporting your work in the county. So well done. Okay, so I have two short reports and two agenda requests. One is Carson Valley Arts Council membership runs July through June. It's very easy to become a member, and you just go to their website and you'll find everything that you need. It's a really great organization, and I encourage support there. On July 19th, Carson Valley Water Subconservancy District is organizing a tour of the Leviathan Mine. That is, from what I understand, a super fun cleanup site, and there's a lot to learn about that, and here it is in our county, and I'm looking forward to learning more, and all the commissioners are invited on that tour. We got an email. I just wanted to call that to your attention. Then I have two agenda requests. The first is ordinance 2.06.020B calls for limits members of the Planning Commission from holding other public office, except one member may be a member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. That is so broad as to be, I think, more than was intended. The question is, could a member of the Planning Commission hold an appointment to a state office unrelated to Douglas County planning? And we do have a member who is in that situation, and I would hate to lose any members for something that doesn't really pose a conflict. Although I do want to, not create positions of conflict for people. So I'd like to look at that. The second, I am impressed with the work of volunteers to clean up Lake Tahoe beaches after the fireworks. And I saw the pictures, and I read the amount of litter, 4.25 tons, an incredible amount of litter. And I was talking to Sheriff Coverly. He said some people bring cheap beach seats or tents and just leave them there, just walk away from them, because when they're done, it's dark and they're tired, and anyway, just an incredible amount of garbage. And these people volunteer and do an incredible effort getting everything cleaned up. So I'm wondering if we should recognize them here. I think that would be really great. I know the League to Save Lake Tahoe is part of that effort, and I think they are in conjunction with TRPA, and also there's the Clean Up the Lake nonprofit. So, and there's a Tahoe Blue Crew that's part of TRPA. So I don't know which of those entities, but a little research would probably bring that clear. And I would like to recognize those people who do that, and also, if we can shine a light on them, we might be able to get more support in terms of volunteers or whatever. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. I have very little report myself. I would indicate that, number one, the issue of a planning commissioner serving on other boards has something that came to light a couple of years ago, and I recognize that. There seems to be an inconsistency there where a member of this board, for that matter, can serve as a member of as a trustee on a GID board concurrently. Okay, even though they can't run concurrently for the two boards, I don't believe. They can serve on two boards concurrently. However, a member of our planning commission cannot serve as a trustee on our planning commission. Okay, a trustee of our GIDs cannot serve on our planning commission. It just seems to be inconsistent since the planning commission predominantly is an advisory board, and yet this board is an elected board. So I just see some inconsistencies there. I don't know why that particular ordinance ever came into place, but I think that's something that we probably should review. I was also, and I wrote it down before you actually mentioned it, I know that we all received, and I didn't look at my specific email, but I did see the video that Commissioner Tarkanian shared with me at the beginning just prior to the beginning of this meeting, of the tremendous amount of trash that was deposited by visitors, and I hope it wasn't our local residents, but by visitors, I would suppose, in the Zephyr Cove area for the 4th of July. That is extremely troubling to me, and almost to the point of, I believe these folks are probably, very hypocritical, and certainly they wouldn't allow guests to come over to their house on the 4th of July or any other day and deposit and leave that type of trash at their house by their visitors. And that's what I consider our county is our house, and we're having people come to our house and disrespect us. And that's disappointing. We offer an opportunity there, a free show, right? A free show to the public, and yet, even a pound of trash is unconscionable, much less for 4 tons, you said, or something of that nature. So it's extremely disappointing, and I would agree that maybe we should have these folks come to us, because I think that might also, we could honor them, but also draw a highlight to that problem. And I think it's important that our public understand and our guests understand the problem that exists. Because while they all want to be able to enjoy the beauty and serene atmosphere of Tahoe and the beauty of the lake and the clarity of the lake, apparently they don't. Okay? So that's disappointing. I don't know how we can solve that problem, but I think this board needs to look at that problem and see what we could do to solve that problem. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but it's certainly something worth exploring to me. So I have nothing else to say. I'll get off my soapbox. Commissioner Noah Sad, did you have anything else you wanted to? I think you're probably of that same ilk, right? I mean, so I think we all feel that way. So at this time then, without that, we'll go to closing public comment. Closing public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Thank you, Jason Gibson. The issue about the garbage, just totally unreal. People just don't care. They don't have any connection with the natural environment. Obviously, they're out of sync, they're out of touch. That's a corporate personam that's destroying the environment. That's somebody who is programmed by artificial intelligence, who has no sensibility for others, the environment, or the future, which is totally unacceptable. The volunteers that they keep wanting to recruit and use without paying have to go through an extensive process where they have their fingerprints run, DNA, retina scan. It's unreal what it takes to volunteer in this county. I tried to volunteer to be a soccer coach, played 11 years. But when you look at the extensive background check that goes into me volunteering my time to work for free for the richest county in the state of Nevada who doesn't want to pay their volunteers, what's the point? And they wonder why we can't get you all in on it to help us, keep it nice and a community that matches the scenery, please. Okay, so rant and roll, Flame. National Night Out, what a flop. Okay, we got personal opinions about this law enforcement National Night Out that's going to happen in the parking lot on August 1st, where you get to go meet all the heavy armored centurions in their bulletproof vests, all fully armed to the teeth with their dogs and their heavy armored urban assault vehicle and their black helicopters and drones, and they get to put them on display for you so you can feel safe. That's coming up on August 1st. They call it a festival permit. That's their version of festival. Please. Okay, possible action items is retrofit, because we're looking at all of the things they rolled into the budget without your knowledge again today, Douglas County. Like $93,000, twice as much as Carson City, to fund lazy public justices who call themselves such, and attorneys who are on their arse all weekend long getting a $400 stipend to send a little email that says, we find that there's probable cause to keep him in jail longer than he deserves to be, have not even looked at the evidence, haven't even signed the magistrate's order. They're going to get $400 for that kind of representation. They call themselves justices of the peace. You know who I'm talking to. You're administrative bankers. That's all you are. You're just black magistrate. You don't have no peace plan. You won't even endorse the Natural Law Peace Initiative. I'll sit down with any one of you and have a debate about the common law, the natural law, and the peace plan. Your statutes and codes and all of everything you can do to circumnavigate the Constitution and the right to a fair and free trial.
Is this public comment?
We're still in public comment. Yes.
My batteries went dead, so I missed a lot of this. I apologize. I think it was a very good idea to waste some of my time Mr. Tartani had there and to put the statistic plan that I moved up to hear Jennifer talk about it because I couldn't hear her. It's a very good idea because there's very little trust in our commissioners and our county management. Now, getting past that, I mentioned this morning about hearing about my 30 grand. The original contract, I believe, is for 15 grand. Somebody in this county, which Jennifer was kind of handling it, somebody gave them the right or gave them another 15 grand to go forth with it. So if there was nothing there, why did they give them the second 15 grand? And I'm pretty tired of hearing about it. Now, I'm very curious, does Jennifer and Patrick Cates, because Patrick Cates did the same thing every time he got a chance, and he mentioned a friend of mine's name, like Jennifer mentioned my missus's name. Does she and Patrick tell Mark Jackson, you cost us 50 grand, you cost us 70 grand? Because he did an investigation as to probably 4 you guys don't even know about, the money was missing from the utility department. Carl Rushmeyer that ran it said there's something wrong, there's something wrong. A person that worked in there said, well, hey, we got some missing stuff here. He said, whoa, look into it. That person that Jennifer Davison mentioned found close to $300,000 missing from the utility department. So Mark started an investigation, shut up everybody in the county. The problem was I was helping with the people cameraing the sewers and everything else, so I knew about it. Does Jennifer or Patrick Cates tell Lamont McCann, the one they investigated for the money that was borrowed, you cost us 3 grand or 5 grand? I don't hear them saying that. Do I hear them telling Dave Lundegreen or Tim Davis, our county official, you cost us X amount of money? Because the procedure was to find out when they see a vote it, to get it to utility company. They did not do that. That's why the county lost thousands and thousands of dollars, because they could only go back so far. Now, they were still doing that after Mark did his investigation. I know that. There was another investigation done. Does these people throw it in their face? I'm pretty tired of hearing it in my face because everything I turned in by our audit committee was said, done, investigated, and approved. Now, the problem was it was 3 or 4 of the good old boys in this county, as I've mentioned many times. Mark Jackson's investigation involved 3 or 4 of the good old boys in this county. The money that was borrowed, which was an ethic violation, was a good friend of a very high person in this county. He's a good old boy. Nothing happens to the good old boys. And that's what I told you about our county manager before. I've got paperwork in now to get answers to a lot of this, of how much we actually lost and whatnot. And I'm personally, and a lot of the people from the county, I walk into business and they say, well, why are you wasting your time? It's the good old boys. They're not going to do anything to them people. And they have been right. Now, I've got a letter from our legal counsel saying, oh, your information requests have been completely filled. I told it to the Attorney General. They have not been filled. And I can prove that. I have told our legal counsel that sent that letter out, and I can prove it, and I will prove it when people get tired of it, or I put the bill in to the courts to get my money for it. And like I said, I appreciate the thing Danny did, because you guys need to get some confidence, the people's confidence in what you're doing. People from TRA were up here complaining a minute ago. I presume, because I wasn't hearing good, it was about money to fix their roads. Well, that $1.2 million that we're sending up to the convention center through 1946 would probably help one of the streets down there. But no, we're sending it up there to benefit Mostly the California businesses, because that's where most of the businesses are.
James McCallum for the record. I wanted to explain something involving the ranchos and the proposed intertie. I think there's a lot of confusion about it. I deliberately did not want to do it during the ARPA discussion. What is proposed or what is wanted is a connection from the ranchos' water system to the rest of the county. Not so that the ranchos can buy water from Gardnerville. Gardnerville water is a public utility. We're not allowed to do that. What we're looking for is something I think that we need to do countywide, and that's connect the water systems. Not to necessarily be under one water company, but simply in emergencies. We don't know which way through that intertie the water would be coming an emergency. If a water source, for example, to the hospital was threatened, it'd be a shame if you couldn't get water from the other direction. I think there's a fire, where a big fire where we need the fire flow. So I think it's important long-term to think about connecting water systems in this county. We should be able to move water from one place to another in an emergency. Thank you.
Last but not least, Maureen Casey, speaking as Chair of the Planning Commission. I'd like to address Title II as brought up by Commissioner Hales. I believe the language with regards to conflicts of interest and planning commissioners holding a public office, it's not a public office. I believe that language was put in and they meant elected office. And I believe it was put in because if a planning commissioner holds an elected office, there is a large potential for conflict of interest. And we don't want planning commissioners to have conflicts of interest because then they have to recuse themselves from votes. And that puts the planning commission in a quandary because we don't want to have too many planning commissioners recused from votes because then we cannot do our duties. And if we can't do our duty, then you can't do yours. So I wholeheartedly endorse the Board of Commissioners reviewing and removing that language. I believe the planning commissioners should be prevented from holding an elected office, whether it be in a town or a GID, because the potential for conflict is still there. But holding an appointment made by the governor is good for the planning commissioners, and it is very good for Douglas County. So thank you for reviewing this, and thank you for everything you do for us, and thank you for supporting your planning commission.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, meeting's hereby adjourned. Thank you.